Welcome to a wonderful and exciting day filled with that's going to be filled with intense learning. And on behalf of ManageEngine and everyone at ADSolutions team, I welcome you all for this global Active Directory seminar. And before we get into the seminar, I just thought I'll give you a very small introduction about our company, ManageEngine. Okay. ManageEngine is actually a part of Zoho Corporation, one of the 3 divisions of Zoho Corporation. Zoho has one of the divisions is WebNMS, which deals with telecom and frameworks. And then the second division is ManageEngine, of which we are a part of, which helps our customers to take care of their IT infrastructure. And the next one is the Zoho, which is all basically about productivity tools. They're all cloud-based, okay, on-demand model. Okay, and so we had a very humble beginning, and about a decade back, and from there we have just grown to now 2,500 plus employees. We are headquartered at Pleasanton, California, and a majority of our development happens in Chennai, India. That's where the major workforce about these 2,500 people sit, okay, and churn out products that you use. And we have more than 70K customers across the globe. And one of the main focuses of our company, our ManageEngine as such, is intense R&D. So we spend most of our time and money in researching and getting out new products, setting up best practices for the customers to use. Okay, and we have our portfolio covers an entire gamut of the IT solutions. And one of the key indicators or traits of ManageEngine is no frills. You get the solution that will help you to get your job done. No fancy stuff, to the point. Okay, and which also helps you to get back your ROI quickly. And these are some of our customers, very few. So we can see there is a mix of good global companies, mix of SMBs as well that thrown in. So we cater to the entire range of businesses across the globe. And this is our entire portfolio. So you have right from network management to managing your servers, to managing your entire Windows infrastructure, to ensuring the security of your organization's IT setup, everything. We have products for all of them. We have a very broad portfolio, and at the same time very deep as well. So you can see this graph kind of shows you that we deal with the entire range of IT solutions, right from managing your networks to managing your IT help desk, which is managing your incidents, change management, request management, and stuff like that. And then to managing your logs, which is one of the most cumbersome and tiresome activities. So when it comes to network, we help you to monitor your network servers, your network storage, and all the network applications, and in turn, manage the traffic flow. See what's happening, how much bandwidth is being happening, all the stuff. And then comes monitoring your private and public cloud. And then one of the flagship products for the ManageEngine is the ITIL help desk solution. I mean, it has a huge customer base as well. And another key portfolio is the security and log management solutions. Helps you to get meaningful data and easily understandable data from your log files. And then this is where the ADSolutions team is placed. Solutions to manage your entire Active Directory. Okay, and I think throughout the day we'll be learning more about Active Directory and our solutions. So our help desk solution is available on-demand model as well. Then we have a solution that can help you to manage your mobile devices in your organization, their entire life cycle, right from enrolling them to retiring them out. Then we also have a Pulse, something called IT Pulse, which gives you a social media kind of model for managing your IT. And these are some of the recognitions that we have got all through, right from Gartner's Magic Quadrant to Windows IT Pro, where it's just the users judging them, and also the IT experts judging us. So this is a graph that shows some of our customers and users have judged us that we have voted that we have almost the entire range of solutions for the entire IT, comparing us with the competitors or vendors in the market, and they say that we have the entire range. So that's a short introduction about ManageEngine. So we just emphasize more on R&D than on fancy stuff. So to give you the stuff that you need. and all the features are available out of the box. So that is very, very little implementation time or customization time that you need. Then they're all based in class tools, and they can be used with your existing infrastructure. Then let's coming to the event of the day, the Global Active Directory Seminar. As I said, we focus more on getting the best practices done and give them to our customers. So the kind of work that our team puts in and the experts that we have, we thought we'll share our knowledge, the knowledge of our experts, with all our customers across the globe. And that's when the Active Directory Seminar has been started. And it's been going around the globe. Derek has been traveling across the globe, sharing his knowledge with our customers. And this Active Directory Seminar presents a chance for you to learn from the best. Mr. Derek Melber here. So he is an Active Directory MVP. Okay, and not just Active Directory, he brings with him an intense and loads of knowledge about group policy. And he is most sought after across the globe for his in-depth knowledge about not just Active Directory or group policy, but the entire Windows product portfolio. And he has been going around the globe educating IT professionals, talking to them, giving them, teaching them new techniques and the best practices. And he has also authored many books. And one of the most likable aspect about Derek is that he'll present the knowledge, intense knowledge, complex knowledge in the most easily understandable format. You want to learn the latest stuff, the most difficult stuff, the most easy way, he's the person to go to. And we have brought him now near for you to learn. And now I'll let the star of the day to take over. You can take over, Derek.
Well, thank you so much for the introduction of myself as well as what we're going to do today. Today, as it was said, is going to be a very full day. I only have about 3 hours of your time, but I'm going to try to give you as much information as I can in those 3 hours. As it was said, I am an MVP. The MVP program is something given out by Microsoft for people like me who evangelize Microsoft technologies. I've been an MVP for about 15 years. I went from Active Directory to group policy, and then January 1st they put me back into Active Directory. So I have a pretty good understanding of Active Directory, a pretty good understanding of group policy. I've written about 15 books over the last 16 years. This is my latest book, which is the Group Policy Resource Kit from Microsoft Press. If you have this book and you're wondering, well, where's Microsoft's next group policy book? Because this book does have a bad word on it. Vista, right? Anyone running Vista still? You don't want to admit it, do you? Okay, I understand. Microsoft Press has changed over the years, and they've decided not to write another book on group policy. So this is the last one until they change their minds again. But it has a lot of really good information in it. Now, we're not going to focus on group policy today, but we are going to touch a little bit on group policy, especially in this first section, because it's extremely important to understand group policy in order to set up monitoring of your Active Directory infrastructure. I have a little bit of resources for you to point you to. The most important one is this Active Directory blog. It's on the ManageEngine website. It's absolutely free to access. And what I try to do on my blog, just like I try to do in seminars, is give very deep information in a very small, consumable way. Because I don't want you to spend hours trying to learn something when I can teach it to you in maybe 5 minutes. So the idea of the blog is to give you small components that you can quickly, at lunch, maybe on a break, on the train ride home, whatever it is, you can look at something and learn something very quick and then implement that. So that's a very good resource, and I put a blog out there every single week, either in written form or even videos. But let's really get to the meat of what we're going to talk about first, which is change monitoring. This concept of change monitoring has been something I've been working on since Active Directory started. The reason is I've had administrators ask me how to do this, and I've done a lot of work with auditors, specifically in the United States. Auditors want to know who made the change, when they made the change, what changes there, and I also want reporting on what's in place. And as we're going to see, the Microsoft solution is weak in this area. But what we want to do is we want to leverage what Microsoft does well, and then come in on top of that and put a solution in place that really enhances what Microsoft provides so we can get everything that we want out of the system. So this is really what we're going to walk through. We're going to talk about auditing. We're going to talk about the event viewer. We're going to talk about how to leverage what Microsoft gives us. And then we're going to set up the ideal situation. What all of us want. We want to know who made the change. We want to be able to search in the events for information that we want. You potentially have to generate reports. Okay? Has anyone tried to generate a report from Event Viewer? Exactly. It doesn't exist. But we need to do that. And then we want alerts. So when, let's say, the domain admins group changes, I get immediate information that that group membership has changed. You can't do that with the Microsoft solution. But by the end of this session, you're going to have a solution to do that. Now, let's define what I mean by change monitoring. Change monitoring is the idea that when any Active Directory object changes, I want to know about it. I want that documented somewhere. If a user is disabled, if a password is changed, if a group membership changes, if an OU is created, if an OU is deleted, if group policy is modified, right? I mean, how many of you deal with group policy in your infrastructure, okay? Do you have anyone else that deals with group policy? So if you're over here on vacation and someone else modifies group policy, wouldn't you want to know that that changed? Because if you're not notified, is it obvious when you come back that something changed? Not unless it's a really bad change. But what if someone were to change the password policy for the domain? You wouldn't know that. I want to know that. I want to make sure that those things are in place. So that's the depth of what we're looking at for change monitoring. Okay? Now, what we document, I want to know who made the change, which object they changed. I want to know when they changed the object. I want to know what the new setting is and what the old setting was. Okay? How many of you have ever had to attempt to recover from a group policy modification where you didn't have a group policy backup? It's very difficult. A single group policy object has over 5,000 settings that are possible. If you don't have documentation of this, it's almost impossible to recover. So we need to have a monitoring system in place so that we know exactly what's happening. And I point out group policy because group policy is probably the most complex. Users, somewhat easy. OUs, somewhat easy. Groups, a little more complicated. But when we can get down to the group policy level, that's really where the power comes in. So how do we do this? Well, how we do this in Active Directory is we must enable auditing. Okay? Auditing is the ability for your domain controllers and your servers to track nearly anything that occurs on that machine. The trick is knowing exactly what to set up. Because we have auditing, but it can get a little confusing on how to set that up. Now, I'm sure most of you have a multitude of domain controllers. You may have a multitude of domains. You must set up auditing on every domain controller in every domain in order for this to work successfully. Okay? So let's assume you have 10 domain controllers. You're going to have to set up auditing on all 10 domain controllers. Okay? We do this through group policy. So if I come in here to my domain controller, I come into group policy management, and here underneath my computer's configuration, policies, my Windows settings, my security settings, local policies, I have my audit policy. This is where we establish auditing for our domain controllers. If I do these settings in a group policy object, which is linked to my domain controllers OU, one setting affects all my domain controllers, all right? There is a debate on whether I should modify the default domain controllers policy or create a new group policy object for this. My recommendation is create a new one. The reason is I don't trust Microsoft. Okay? Does anyone trust Microsoft? Again, exactly, right? Because I just don't trust that at some point in the future they're going to put out a service pack, and on purpose or accidentally that service pack puts my default domain controller policy back to default. I'm afraid of that. So I'm just going to create a new one, and that way I put all of my settings in there. I actually don't recommend modifying either one of the default GPOs. You want to set up new group policy objects. Have those GPOs there as the default, but if you want to override any settings, just create new GPOs. Okay? So I'm going to configure in a GPO. This is where that's located inside of that group policy object. Okay? Now, once we are in the GPO, we're going to want to go in and modify the audit directory service access and the object access. Okay? Now, this directory service access, I don't know how much research you've done on this over the years. I've done quite a bit. There aren't very many event IDs that are generated, so it doesn't look like it's doing a lot. But this is where we get the power of monitoring the changes in Active Directory. So we want to enable that. Now, why are we enabling object access? Because object here, the definition of object, is something in the Windows system that has an access control list. It has a permission list. That's what that represents. Files, folders, printers, registry keys, and Active Directory objects. So we need both of these so that we can go in and we can track everything that's going on. Now, when we're in here, we're going to see an option to define the policy and then set whether we're going to do success or failure. Obviously, success is going to track someone successfully modified the domain admins group. They put in a user, they put in another group, that was successful. A failure is going to tell us when someone attempted to do something, but they got an access denied. All right? And we want to know those as well. We want to know when someone attempted to log on and it failed to log them on. Especially today, with all of the attacks we have going on around the world, coming down to the user accounts and their passwords, it's extremely important to have some mechanism that is telling us when we have a multitude of failed logons. And we want thresholds to tell us when I receive 5, 10 failed logons, I want a report, I want an email, I want something to tell me that someone is trying to log on and they're failing to log on. That's where both of these settings really come in. Okay? Here's the secret to setting up directory service access. You must go into Active Directory and enable auditing inside of Active Directory for every object that you want to track. Every single one of them. Okay? This is that second piece. If you don't do this second piece and you do the first piece, which is in group policy, nothing will happen. Actually, a little bit will happen, but not much. Okay? This is where you need to go in and do the work. How much work is this? Well, we at ManageEngine give you a guide, and there's about 20 settings that you have to go in and enable. Takes you less than 10 minutes. Without the guide, it's very difficult to know exactly what to go in and modify. Well, what type of objects do I need to go in and set up auditing for? Users, groups, organizational units, group policy container objects, right? All of these things in or in Active Directory that have ACLs. Now, if we go back out to Active Directory, so I'm going to go to Active Directory users and computers, and I go to the domain node. and I go to Properties. Under my Security tab is where I set up this auditing. Now, I'm going to give you a little hint. If you've never been in here to find the Security tab in Active Directory, it's not there by default. Okay? This is what it looks like by default. Okay? Now, I really like Microsoft. Microsoft is the only OS that I really care about. I don't work for Microsoft, but that's the only operating system that I care about. This is the default. What does this say about Microsoft's impression about security? If you don't have access to security by default, what does that mean Microsoft thinks about security? It's obvious, right? Whatever. Which is why they're getting attacked constantly right now, okay? So in order for you to look at security and care about security, we have to set up these advanced features. Security is advanced, according to Microsoft and what they're saying. I think they should change the name, but, right? But once we're in here, now we have the Security tab, and now we have the ability to go in and set up auditing for all of our different objects. You will notice here that I have group, I have organizational unit, I have user, I have containers. This is the power. This is the secret. Okay? You must do this. If you don't, you're not going to be tracking information. Okay? Now, I said earlier that there were two different components that we need to set up in our group policy object. One was directory service access, and the other was object access. Why must I also set up object access? Well, again, let's look at a complex aspect of Active Directory, which is group policy. When I create a group policy object, how many different components are established? Two. There's something called the GPC, which is the group policy container. And then there's something called the GPT, which is the group policy template. The group policy container is the Active Directory piece, right? And I can see that right here under System, Policies. This is the group policy, oh, that's not policy, right here, that one, okay? That's the GPC. In the GPC are settings that point to where all the other settings are contained. The GPC does not include settings that you establish in the group policy object. The settings that you establish in the group policy object are contained in the GPT. The GPT is here under Windows, sysvol, your domain name, policies. Okay? These are files. These are not stored in Active Directory. How many of you have experienced this situation? You're sitting at your administrative desk and you make a modification to group policy, you call the end user and say reboot, relog on, run GP update, and it doesn't work. I know you all have done this, come on. I can't be the only one, right? The number one reason this occurs is because there's just GPC and a GPT. What causes replication of the GPC? The container. What causes replication of Active Directory? Well, that's Active Directory replication. Okay? This is your inter and intra-site replication that is controlled by the KCC, the knowledge consistency checker. Haven't heard that term in a while, huh? Okay? Now, what controls replication of the GPT, which is sysvol? Hint, it's not Active Directory replication. Okay? It's FRS, File Replication Service. And they are on two totally different schedules. Completely different schedules. Actually, FRS is change-based, so it's state-based. As soon as a change occurs inside of the GPT under that policy subfolder, it initiates replication. How often does your Active Directory replicate between DCs? You've probably pushed it down to 5 minutes or something. What about between sites? Right? Maybe push it down to 15 minutes. But we have a convergence time issue. These are things that are occurring in the background. These are things that you have to set up to make sure that all of this auditing is in place. So where are we at this point? At this point, we have our group policy object triggered to make sure we're auditing both components. We've gone into Active Directory and set up auditing on all of our different objects. We've gone into the GPT and set up auditing the policy subfolder for the settings that are created from group policy. Now that all of this is in place, events are going to start occurring in the event viewer. How many events? A lot. Okay? It is a lot of information, especially if your Active Directory is very active. You're adding users, you're changing users, you're modifying group membership. You have a multitude of administrators. The more administrators you have, the more changes that are going to occur. Okay? Now, in my event viewer, on my domain controller here, under the security log, which is where all this shows up, I have 187,000 events. Let's just round that up to 200,000 events. This is one domain controller. One domain controller. Okay? So I'm just going to, I'm going to give you a task right off the start. I would like for you to find when the domain admins group was changed last. How many of you could do that quick? Difficult, huh? 200,000 events. So first of all, we have an enormous number of events that are generated. Second, we really don't have anything that's going to help us find the event. But I'm going to help with that. We're going to get there, okay? So that's our first task, all right? Now, the events are stored in the event viewer, but they're stored in the security log where? On the DC where the event occurred. All right, let's do a little contest. Who has the most number of domain controllers just in a single domain? Who's got more than 50? You have 50. 50, okay? How many logs will you have? How many security logs will you have? So how many logs do you have? 50. Okay? I had 200,000 events in one DC. 50 times 200,000 is what? 10 million? Is that right? I think it's 10 million. Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question. I just want you to find out when the last time the domain admins group changed membership. It's a simple question. How long would that take you to look through 10,000 events to find that? Yeah. If you're hiring, by the hour, I'm available. Okay? Do you see the problem? I have scratched the surface of the issue. Okay? This is why many organizations don't audit. It's just too much. It's too big. Okay? Each DC has a different security log. This is not replicated. So it's 10 million unique events. We do not replicate the security log. Okay? So to view all the events, you must view each DC or consolidate logs. We'll get to that too, how to do that. Okay? So once we set up all this auditing, all these areas are going to be tracked for us, down to the schema. I want to know if someone modifies the schema. That's a very important aspect of Active Directory. Okay? Now, Microsoft, about 5 years ago, came up with a concept called advanced auditing. Advanced auditing is the idea that I am going to give more events across more concepts that are changed in Active Directory. right? Now, advanced auditing is available to be configured through group policy. So if I come in here, advanced auditing is down here. Okay. Totally different look and feel, and this is not backward compatible. Must be running Windows Server 2008 or greater. You must be running Windows Vista or greater in order to take advantage of this technology. Can I have a mixture of auditing and advanced auditing? One DC is doing auditing and one's doing advanced auditing? Sure. Can one DC do both? No. Okay? Now, with a technology like this, Microsoft is known to release the technology, but they're conservative so they don't make the technology enabled automatically. Okay? Because what if you had a Server 2003 domain controller, you upgraded to Windows Server 2008, you've set up advanced auditing, and all of a sudden things stopped tracking? Microsoft doesn't want that. So by default, even if you set up these settings, they won't take effect until you make another group policy setting, which I have some details in here for you, is to make the advanced auditing take over from the legacy audit policy. You want to do advanced auditing whenever possible. Why? Because you get more events. You get a better view of what's going on. Will you get more events than 200,000? Potentially so. But we're going to overcome those issues. The idea is I want you to be able to see everything that goes on in Active Directory. That's the important piece, okay? So there is a group policy setting that allows you to enable subcategory settings, which is also known as advanced auditing, on your domain controllers, okay? And it's an immediate, it immediately starts tracking those things, okay? So what we want to do is we enable this to ignore the legacy settings, and that way all of a sudden we are looking at the advanced policy settings. Still goes into the security log, we're just getting a better view of what's going on, all right? Now let's talk a little bit about this security log. Older versions of Windows had a 3-digit ID. I don't know if you've noticed, newer versions have a 4-digit ID. Why? Because we're tracking more information. So I needed more numbers to be able to track all the different events that were occurring, right? If you go to eventid.net, there's an excellent tool that you can translate between the 3 and 4 digits, right? Here are some knowledge base articles from Microsoft telling you what all those event IDs are. These are important for you because you may want to go in and start filtering to look for certain event IDs that are occurring. Now, in the new event viewer, which I strongly encourage you to look at, right? Server 2008 and greater, Microsoft spent a lot of time developing views that are very helpful, okay? One of them is called a custom view. Now, if I go to my event viewer, I have these custom views, and notice that I have administrative events. All this says is I'm going to look at particular events from certain logs and certain IDs. That's all it's doing. So it's really taking all of the logs, right? All of these logs here, and consolidating them into a single view. Now think about that. How powerful is that? Have you ever had to troubleshoot an issue that contained entries in multiple logs? And you jump back and forth between the two looking at the date timestamp, trying to seamlessly put it together? This will do it automatically. A single view will give you across multiple logs. Okay? Very powerful. All right? We're going to use this in just a minute, this concept of the custom view. All right? So, single view across multiple logs, and I can import logs. Now, why is the importation of logs important? Well, your log can only get so big, right? And then when your log fills up, what happens? Do you have it set for first in, first out to where it's a window and you lose entries? All right? So many of us that have been in Windows for a long time, we had to go out and get some solution that would allow us to archive logs. Okay? So let's say you have a solution that archives logs. Well, can I import those logs back into Event Viewer? Sure, I can do that. But if I import a log back in here, and that log had 200,000 events in it, and my current live has 200,000 events, how many events do I have for one DC now? That's 400,000. Now, how quick does a log get to 200,000 events? This is going to be skewed a little bit because I haven't been here. This goes back to 212, right? But I kind of just launched this thing when I got here on Tuesday morning. So you'll see here, well, this actually goes back to 12.4. Normally a log in a production DC will fill up in a day or two. If you have everything being logged and a lot of activity, it may be multiple times a day. Okay? So let's just say that you have one log per day. Now I'm going to go back to your 50 DC environment. When was the last time, most likely, that the domain admin's group membership changed in your domain? How long ago was that? What's that? 1 month ago. Let's do some math. Okay? 1 month, 30 archived logs per DC. Okay? 30 logs per DC, 50, that's 150 times 200,000. What's that number? Are we in the billions yet? Do you get my point? In order for you to evaluate a month of logs, you have to somehow, some way take 150 logs and put them into something, Event Viewer, so you can somehow filter on them. Now, of course, Microsoft has an excellent search tool to look through all those events, correct? If we go to security, we have something called filter current log. So it says security log. I can look at all the different types of events. I can put in a specific event ID, but then right here it says keywords. What keyword do I want to type in? Domain admins. Can I do that? No. No, you can't. So what I could do is I could go to eventid.net. I could find out which event ID correlates to a group membership change, and I could put that event ID in there. So I'm going to take my billion events and get it down to maybe just a couple of million. I've at least reduced the list, but I still have to go manually, right? Do I have to open every single event to look at the content to see if it's domain admins or not? Yeah, because you can't search. There's no search. There is no search. Now, am I giving you a good example? How many of you would like to know when the domain admins group changes? Of course you do, right? So this is real. I want to do this. I need to know this. But using this tool, that's not possible, okay? Now, Microsoft did give us a solution to back up our event logs when they fill up. It's actually baked into the operating system now. It's right there. You may not even know this exists. But there are group policy settings now that allow you to go in and back up the log automatically when it's full. Okay? Now, if we go and look at a couple of things here. Properties. Right? So here, we've been dealing with these quite a bit. Now, notice this has changed. Do you notice this? This did not used to say that. This is new. These types of changes occur all the time in Microsoft, where they will change a graphical interface, they'll change the technology, and they won't really tell anybody about it. This is brand new. How many of you knew that said that now? Probably because you don't look at Event Viewer anymore, right? You were so tainted with the bad Event Viewer, you haven't been in here. There have been some excellent changes. So now what's going to occur is when that log fills up, it will create a backup log with the date timestamp of the security log. And in group policy, you can specify where you want that stored. So you can store that in some network storage device. Okay? These are fantastic technologies that we need to take advantage of. Okay? But again, if I have 50 DCs and I fill up once per day, I'm going to have a log per day per DC. And the only way to get those logs viewable is to import them back into the event viewer. And once I import them back into the event viewer, they are separate logs. I can't merge them into one. So when I do my filtering on event ID, which is the most detailed I can get, I either must create a custom view for that, or I have to go in and come up with some other solution. Okay? That's why here you will see that I have created custom views for certain ID ranges, allowing me to at least see a subset of the events across the multitude of logs that I've imported. All right? So at this point, what we have is we have event viewer per DC. Every single day or however often, we automatically are creating a backup of that log. We have filtering and we have custom views, but that only gets us to a portion of what we want. Okay? If I have 50 DCs and I want to look at the logs from 50 DCs, I have to take all 150 logs and put them in one event viewer. So this is a daily task that you're going to have to manually do this in order for you to view what you want to view. Okay? Or you can use a technology that's free from Microsoft called event log forwarding. Collection service. Okay? How many of you have ever heard of this technology? They don't advertise this stuff. This has been around since Server 2003. A long time. Okay? What event log forwarding does is, I call it the mothership. You must have a computer that is running as the collector. The collector has what are called subscriptions defined in Event Viewer that indicate to the collector which computers it is going to go out and gather events from. All right? So if I look at this, you'll see that I have a subscription. My subscription says go to these computers and just these events. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere, right? Because in your environment, I could have one machine. That one machine goes out to all 50 DCs and collects just the events that I care about and puts them into one view. That one view shows up here under forwarded events. So I have a single view across 50 domain controllers. Of my 1 billion entries, how many of those are going to be group modifications? A couple of million. Ugh. So I have a single view across 50 DCs. I'm getting better. I'm getting closer. But even though I have this multiple view, or the single view across multiple DCs, which is getting me a subset of what I want, I'm still limited by the event viewer search, which now I've already filtered to the event ID, so I have a couple million events, and now I have to go one by one to try to find the event that I have, that I'm looking for. Okay? And again, every day that goes by, what do you have to do? You have to add in 50 logs. Right? I think I did my math wrong. It's not 150, it's 1,500, isn't it? 50 times 30 is 1500. I forgot a zero. Oops. So we're way above a billion, right? So every day you have to import 50 logs, and those 50 logs now will come in here into the single forwarded events view. So at least I have them in one place, right? I do have them in one place. Now, if we come in here to group policy, now this is in a group policy object. I'm down here to the event log, and it says maximum security log size. Right? What is that largest? Well, we have an explain tab. Maybe hard to read, let me read it for you. The security setting specifies a maximum log size, which has a theoretical maximum of 4 gig. How many events fit in 4 gig? Not much. I'm guessing around 200,000. Okay? Now, here is the major problem. I did not write this. Microsoft did. This is in their operating system. Practically, the limit is around 300 meg. Less than 1/10 the theoretical limit. Have you guys ever seen this? I know you've seen the maximum log size because you hit a limit when you go in and configure it. So if I go to 300 meg versus 4 gig, how many logs am I now going to end up with on each DC per day? Around 10 times. So now instead of 1,500 in a month, I believe I have 15,000 logs in a month. You're going to have to hire someone just to manually deal with all the logs that are generated in order for you to monitor the Active Directory changes. How many of you do this today, what I'm describing? No? I know why. This is ridiculous. This is the solution. Now, again, I like to kind of poke Microsoft when they're doing something wrong, but I like to also show you when they do something right. Event log forwarding is fantastic, but you have to know how to use it in order to use it correctly. Custom views, fantastic, until you have a problem when you can't really go in, right? Well, what if somehow we could associate an alert with an event that occurs? Is that possible with the event viewer? Attach a task to the event. They have merged event viewer and scheduled tasks together. Look at that. When that event ID occurs, send me an email. Man, we're getting so close, right? So imagine you want to go on holiday. You're going to go on a 2-week trip to some fancy beach somewhere, right? So you have your mobile device, and you want to know when the domain admins group changes. So you set up a task for when a group changes membership. Right? So you're sitting on the beach, trying to relax, you're reading your book, and oh, I get an email. Oh no, it's an HR group. Okay? 2 seconds later, oh no, that's a finance group. 3 seconds later, oh, that's the engineering group. How many groups are going to change before that domain admins group changes? I'm thinking thousands upon thousands of groups are going to change. His group hasn't changed in a month. I guarantee in that month, thousands of group has changed membership. How good is this? It's good, kinda. But all the false positives are really putting you in a bad situation because now you have all these emails that are wrong. They're not telling you what you want to know. And there's no way to go in and say just it contains domain admins. Not possible. All right? So we're close. We are so close. We are tracking every single event. We have consolidated it. We've got it down to just group modifications. I'm getting alerts. All this sounds fantastic, but we're still dealing with millions of entries. Okay? Now, potentially, what if I just wanted to do a report? Maybe in comma delimited format or something that then I can bring into Excel or something else and parse it. That way I can search. Can someone show me where the option is to create a report out of Event Viewer? If anyone wants to create something, I think that would be a great idea because it doesn't exist. There's no reporting. Zero reporting. All right? So when someone in your organization comes to you and says, I want to know when the domain admins group has changed over the last month, what do you do? Do you go to your centralized documentation that tracks every time a group changes and you run a report from that? How good is that, really? Right? It's probably as good as your server documentation. Right? I find server documentation to be one of the most tedious, boring tasks ever. Most server documentation gets to a certain point and then just stops. Right? We had an idea, we had a project. Someone thought up, we're going to document every server change at every granular level. And then a disaster occurred or another project hit or something, and this just goes away. Auditors come to me all the time and say, I keep asking the admins for documentation, and they give me this kind of worthless information. I go, yeah, it's because that's not their main job. Their main job is to make sure servers are running, to make sure Active Directory is running. So reporting is very important, but we don't have reporting here that we can leverage. Okay? Now, alerting, I showed you where that is. So what are issues with Event Viewer? Well, security log is too small. It generates too many backups. Okay? Events are hard to decrypt. We didn't even touch that, did we? Here's a good one. Someone tell me what this means. Something about a GUID. There's a ticket. It's Kerberos. I have no idea. Right? You have maybe a 50-50 chance when you look at this on TechNet that gives you something worthwhile. Very difficult to decrypt. So the events are there, but sometimes they get kind of complicated. Have you ever looked at these details? Right? This is new. Here's my logon GUID. Here's system information. Wow, this is fantastic. I got system time. I have a lot of details here, but it's very hard to know exactly what's going on. Right? Another problem that we have with the Event Viewer. I have multiple logs across all my DCs. Alerting is not detailed enough. I have too many false positives. And I have no reporting. Okay? Now, at first, you were told that the ManageEngine products are extremely easy. It's one of the reasons I align myself with ManageEngine. I love simplicity. Okay? Now, if I wanted to know when the domain admins group has changed, I simply come to a report, which is right, where's my, oops, wrong button. Right here, profile-based reports. Here's my group modification, modified admin groups. Click. Not only does it tell me when it's been modified, I now have a graph, and it goes back and tells me all admin groups. One click, done. And it's in a report. I can now save as a PDF. I can save as a common and limited format. One click. Now, how am I doing this? I am leveraging the fantastic log that Microsoft generates in the security log. But what's a problem with that log? It generates multiple. So I am taking the security log and I am duplicating it and putting it into a database, and I'm actually searching the database. Instantaneous knowledge of what's occurring. How many of you deal with auditors? You guys deal with auditors, whether it be SOX or something? One thing that drives me crazy with auditors is they're looking at what's called a point in time. When they do an audit, they want to know who has membership in the domain admins right now. Could that change in 2 seconds after you run the report? You give them the report, could you add someone back to domain admins and they not know about it until the next time you generate the report? How good is their audit now? Not worth anything, okay? But what if you could give them a report that says, these are all of the groups that have changed over time. What time do you want? I can go back into any time frame that you want. One click, done. And it's not a point in time audit, it's history of what has occurred. Now, when I generated this report, it says admin group. I have broken down admin groups into 3 different types. There are default admin groups: domain admins, administrators, schema admins, enterprise admins, backup operators. Those are default groups, correct? Then we have groups that services and applications install. SQL, Exchange, and whatnot. They always have default groups. Okay, that's a second type. Then there's a third type of admin group. These are groups that you created when you installed Active Directory. And you take these groups and you elevate their privilege somehow by giving them user rights or putting them in other groups. Do you think that all of those types of groups are listed under admin groups? It's impossible. I don't know what your environment is. Watch how easy it is for you to put in any group that you want tracked. Simple, simple. Configuration, group modification, modified admin groups, edit, and you put in your list. Notice I have put in my own list. Simple. How many of you have been dealing with PowerShell? Even a little. How was that for you? Easy? Okay. What'd you try to do? Do you remember? So you tried to export something. How long did it take you to develop that PowerShell script to do that? Yeah, it depends on the task. How many of you have experienced PowerShell to be kind of like putting your head in a vise and just cranking it? That's me, okay? PowerShell is tough, all right? Try to do this in PowerShell, okay? I would challenge anyone. I can do it in probably 5 minutes to add all of my groups, where you're going to be at it for probably a week trying to generate this. If you get one new group, you have to add it to your PowerShell script. I'm going to go in, click, 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 done. You have to go in and put it in the right location with the correct syntax. Syntax is the most complex thing with PowerShell, bar none. Okay? So now when anything changes, it immediately shows up in that report. So let's say, for example, domain admins, right? So if I go to domain admins and members, and I add in Bart, okay? That just happened. Let's see if we can get this thing to, I don't know if I have. It's already there. It's in your report. Could I set up an alert to get that alert immediately? Of course. Okay. How many of you today struggle with the fact that you have too many admins and too many people can modify things in Active Directory? So someone makes a modification in Active Directory on a Monday and you don't feel it until Wednesday. How long does it take you to find what happened? Whether a group or user was added or removed from another group. We spend hours trying to track this down. I spend seconds because I go in here and I look. Or for the admin groups, I just have an alert set up. I don't want to think. I don't want to have to try to determine what's going on. So I can set up alerts. I can set up an alert for any report. Alert can email me, an alert can show up in the dashboard. Any of those things can occur. So I get immediate response. I have a constant heartbeat with the DCs to know when these things change. That is a new change to AD Audit Plus. It used to be in a cycle. Okay? People come to me and say, well, Derek, isn't that more taxation on the domain controller for a constant heartbeat? No, it's actually less. Because if I'm getting a constant heartbeat, only when the change occurs does the change get sent to the database, versus every 5 minutes, a whole bunch of events were sent. So it's actually less time on your DCs. And it's better for you. So I've showed you the canned reports. I've showed you how to customize a canned report. But what about creating your own reports? One type of user in the environment that I find the most difficult to track, but most important to track, are service accounts. Okay? And I'm just going to ask you a question. You don't have to answer because I know the answer personally. When was the last time that you reset the password for your service accounts? He's back there giggling. Yeah, because he knows the answer. When I installed the application, right? Now, why are service accounts so important? What privilege do they have, usually? What privileges do your service accounts have? Admin, okay. Where can they log on? Anywhere. You haven't reset the password ever, okay? And you don't track these accounts. That's a recipe for an attacker to attack you, okay? What if I could just create a report that says, service accounts modified. In the last 24 hours, nothing, I'm good. Now watch this. When I go in here and I modify a service account, I am notified immediately. Tell me that isn't awesome. Come on. You haven't dealt with service accounts ever. You have people in your organization saying, you better change your service account password. You'd better monitor your service account. And all you say is, I can't. I can't change the password, right? This is a worldwide phenomenon. Security and auditors come to administrators and they say, well, I have a report and you haven't changed the service account password in 3 years. It doesn't meet our compliance regulation. And you as the admin tell them the same story. I don't care where you are in the world, it's the same answer. Why can't you do it? Because the application will break, correct? See, oh yeah, well, that's true. Is it true? No. Why are you telling them that? Because it's work. You have to go into Active Directory, change the password, then you have to go to every instance of where that service account is, and you have to reset the password there too, and maybe even restart the service and hope that it comes back. I understand the pain. I've been there. But you're lying to the auditor. Okay? What if you could have a tool like this to where you say, how about this? How do we have we barter? I am going to put this in place and put every service account in there, and I will give you a daily report of any change that occurred to the service account. How would that work? Oh, that sounds really good. Okay, good. You don't have to change the password because you will know when it's changed, which is what is important about the service account. Any change that occurs with a service account, I know immediately. How easy was it to generate the report? I go over here to configuration. I go to user modification. I just created a new report, and the new report said this, and I put in my service accounts. That's all I did. That's it. The customization of this tool is so simple. Okay? I am not a developer. I am an admin. Okay? I don't like to develop. I don't like to code. Don't show me code, please. Okay? I don't even like batch files, really. Right? This is so simple to create these custom environments. And then every single report that you have, you can set up alerts. Right? All I do is I come in here and I set up an alert related to a report. That's it. The simplicity of this tool is remarkable. Okay? So all of the issues that we had with Event Viewer are solved with AD Audit Plus. Okay? I have reporting. 125 default reports. Most companies don't even set up customization. I like it because I know you need it. Okay? You can go in and customize reports extremely easy. I'm telling you, I can add another group into any of those lists within 2 minutes. It's that simple. Okay? I have alerting. Actual alerting down to the report level. So I could create a report that just has domain admins if I really cared at that level, and I can get an email whenever domain admins changes membership. That's it. Real time. I'm telling you it's real time. That is a change, an update to AD Audit Plus in the last year. Okay? So if we look at this compared to standard auditing, as I said, it's a point in time. Every May 1st, I ask for reports, and you give the auditor security person reports, and they go on and analyze this. But what happened from here to here? They have no idea. They have no clue. Okay? So they come up with this idea of continuous auditing. Once a month, they want reports to make sure that everything's in place. Okay? Well, still, in between every month, they have no idea what's happening. So true continuous auditing doesn't actually do reports of what's there. It looks at what has changed. So now I have a baseline, and I can go back and see what's changed since then. This is true continuous auditing. This is the power of AD Audit Plus. When I show this to auditors, they're like, I'm done, I need it. Because I can't show you everything in the tool, that's kind of why we have this afternoon, is the guys are going to kind of walk you through some more details. But there's delegation. I can delegate to someone where they can look at the reports. They don't have any ability to change anything or do anything. They can just look at reports. You don't even have to generate another report ever. You give them access and say, go. You want to do a report every day? Go for it. Because they're not going to the DC, they're going to the AD Audit Plus database to get the reports. Okay? So we need this. I was focusing on domain admins, but I'm talking about all the groups. I'm talking about group policy. I'm talking about anything that changes in AD that's important, you need to know about it. Okay? We have normal auditing, advanced auditing, and we leverage this so that we can overcome the issues with Event Viewer, and AD Audit Plus allows us to now get control, and we know everything that's occurring in Active Directory with a couple of clicks, okay? With just a couple of clicks. So that's what AD Audit Plus does, all right? We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna take about a 10, 15-minute break. And when we come back, we're gonna move on to another key area that I think is important for AD management, which is user lifecycle management, okay? Microsoft hasn't done much for us for creating bulk users or modifying users in bulk or any automation. Microsoft's going to tell you to use PowerShell. If you've tried to use PowerShell to do any of this, you know it's extremely complex. So in the next section, we're going to talk about user lifecycle management, and then directly after that, we're going to talk about recovering AD. Because hopefully I can shine some light on some issues that Microsoft marketing-wise tells you are fixed, but I'm telling you technically, not even close. Okay? So let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about user lifecycle management. And these are types of things, solutions like I'm showing you today, that I've tried to build using Microsoft technologies, which is kind of why I kind of show you the Microsoft way of doing things, since I've tried so hard to develop these solutions with Microsoft. And again, the next section we're going to talk about is user creation, which sounds very simple. But when we start looking at the multitude of concepts that most organizations deal with user creation, Microsoft doesn't really provide us with much. So if we really look at not just lifecycle management of a user, but if we talk about lifecycle management of Active Directory, it is from the installation of Active Directory through the monitoring of what's occurring in Active Directory to know what's changed, and then when something goes wrong, we have to recover from Active Directory. So a new solution that ManageEngine has, the ADSolutions team, is Recovery Manager Plus. Recovery Manager Plus is very new, and it does an exceptional job of recovering from when something goes wrong in Active Directory. And I think that's the last piece that ManageEngine has been working on for this Active Directory life management of your entire network. So really the three pieces go together very well. And it's really, in my view, of the last 15 years of trying to develop solutions, something that no one else has really done, and ManageEngine has done a really good job of these three components. So that's why these three components are actually put together in this seminar. We are going to do back-to-back sessions, so I'm going to try to seamlessly go from one to the other. If at any time you need to get up and refill your coffee or get more water or do whatever, please go ahead and do that. It won't affect me at all. And like we did in the last session, I'm going to try to go as deep as I can in the time we have. If you do have a question or a clarification of something, please raise your hand and I'd be more than happy to clarify something. I will be available after the two sessions. If you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. So let's go ahead and get started on this next session. You already know about me. That's the same stuff. And in this session, really what I want to do is I want to talk about three different aspects of controlling users in Active Directory. The first is creating the user or provisioning the user. And with this, we need to make sure we put more than the first name, last name, and the password in. Okay? Provisioning of a user is a very complicated task. Right? With provisioning of a user, we have to worry about their email address. We have to worry about their groups that they're part of. Since we have group policy, we have to worry about where they're located within the Active Directory infrastructure. So we have to put them in the right organizational unit. Right? If you have Link, if you have Office 365, you need to match those accounts with their Active Directory account. So provisioning of users is not just a quick, okay, let's get the user in and move on. There are a lot of details around creating that user that we have to incorporate. The second aspect that I want to talk about is managing of users. Okay? When we hire employees, most of the time that employee doesn't stay in that department or that job for the entire time that they're with the organization. So there has to be some mechanism to manage this user once it's in Active Directory. This could be manual, and often it is, but there may be some tasks that we want to automate. Let's say, for example, that a group of 200 employees are part of a special project. So you create project groups. You may even put them in a special project OU to begin with. And at the end of that project, you want those users to automatically be put back in the correct groups and the correct OU that they started off with. Tracking those 200 users after a year of the project length can be very difficult. So instead of doing that, you can set up automation to do that. Okay? So we're going to talk about how to do that the Microsoft way and how to do it an easy way. So we have the creation, we have the management, and then finally we have the deprovisioning of users. Okay? The deprovisioning of users is extremely important, especially considering all of the attacks that we have throughout the world with different organizations. Because what many of these attacks are taken advantage of are user accounts that have elevated privileges that no one has used in a while, and these accounts are being utilized to attack the systems and no one's monitoring them, so we really don't know what's going on. So we need to make sure that we handle the deprovisioning of users to meet your company standards and to make sure that these user accounts are secured. Disabling the account, moving it to a quarantined organizational unit, and then after some time, purging the account. We need to delete these accounts. I often see organizations that want to hold on to these user accounts for an extended period of time just in case. And the just in case might be, well, I may need to log on to access their email. I might need to rehire that employee and I don't want to recreate everything. There are many reasons that organizations do this, but we really need, for security purposes, to deprovision users properly. The problem becomes management of your time. Because when you get a list of users, yes, for that day you might go in and disable the user and move it to an OU, but at some point down the road you have to delete that account. And your time management, there's only so many pop-ups in your calendar you can have to make sure you delete users. We have to have some system in place to help us with that. So I'm going to show you the Microsoft way, and then I'm going to show you the way to make this seamless and easy in your environment. So these are the three components: the creation, the management, and then the deprovisioning of these users is the life cycle of these users. Okay? So how do we provision users using Active Directory users and computers? Well, unfortunately, this has not changed in almost 16 years. Okay? We've had this exact same user creation wizard for 16 years. And the steps have always been the same, right? So if I go into Active Directory and I want to create a new user, right-click, new user. I have to put in their first name. I might already have a Frank. Let's see. Let's put in do I have to put in a last name? Or just the first name? Because notice, I can't hit next yet. So if I put in the last name, will next appear? Nope. So last name actually isn't required. What is required is first name and the logon name. Notice as soon as I put in one character for that logon name, it gives me the opportunity to create the account. Now, from a technical standpoint, what is controlling this? What is controlling Microsoft's we'll call it a wizard. It's really not a wizard, but it's a user creation interface. What is controlling that next button from engaging to move on or not? You guys have heard of the schema, right? The Active Directory schema. The Active Directory schema is the definition of every object and every property for that object. So when we look at a user account, we have a massive list of properties that we can have for a user account. First name, last name, middle name, we have phone number, we have office number, we have manager, we have group membership, we have password, we have security identifier, we have all of these properties. Some of those properties are mandatory. Okay? The schema defines what is mandatory or not for user properties. Just based on logic, which properties are mandatory? First name and logon name. Okay? Because as soon as I put that information in, the schema is allowing me to create the object based on the definition that the schema defined. Trick question. Is password mandatory? Based on the definition of the schema. No, it is not mandatory. Okay? We're going to go back and we're going to kick Microsoft again for doing bad things. It was just 15 years ago that Microsoft didn't require a password for users in Active Directory. Actually, it was about 12 years ago. It was Server 2003 that enforced passwords for users. 12 years, that's not very long ago, okay? How do we enforce passwords for users? How do we make them mandatory? What technology forces the user to have a password? What's that? The domain policy. And what's inside of the domain policy? The password policy, okay? Because it doesn't have to be the domain policy, okay? Does not have to be the default domain policy that defines the password policy. So that's why Next is available. Because if I weaken my password policy for the domain to say no password required, I can still create the user account. In essence, I think there's like 4 or 5 mandatory properties. First name, logon name, SID, security identifier, and then there's a SAM account name, and those things are created in the background by the operating system. Okay? Now here, if I try to create this account, it's going to say, sorry, it doesn't meet the requirements. That's why I have to go in here, and I have to put in a password that meets the password policy. Now, what about all my group memberships? Can I do that during the creation of the user? No. No. What about email? Go do that during the creation of the user? No. What about all the other settings, the logon script, all the other configurations related to the user? It's a two-step process, isn't it? I first have to create the object, then I have to go in and modify the object after it's created. Now that this user is created, these are all the details that allow me to go in and configure everything that I needed to configure to provision the user. Okay? So we've been dealing with this for many, many, many years. And it's never been efficient. And it still isn't efficient. Even the new operating systems, this is what we're stuck with. This is it when we use Active Directory users in computers. So the provisioning of the user using Active Directory users in computers is a two-step process. And it is based on these definitions of what's established in the schema, okay? And we have limited properties of what we can configure at first. So when we create a multitude of users, we have to create the user and then go to the properties, create the user and then go to the properties, create the user and then go to the properties. It's a very iterative task, and we've been dealing with this for a long time. You may never have thought about it in that way because you've been doing it so long that way, but it is not an efficient way to create users. Okay? So when we start looking at creating users from a template, right? Because that would be nice. If I'm going to hire a new human resource employee, it would be nice just to have all the details for a human resource employee configured, and then I just use that template to create the user. Do we have templates using Active Directory users and computers? If I come in here to Active Directory, can someone show me where I can configure a template? Now, is the concept of a template some futuristic concept? I mean, am I really pushing the limit of technology here with a template? Okay, it's the year 2015, and Microsoft still doesn't have templates. They do not have templates. Now, all of you use a form of a template, don't you? How do you do it? You copy a user. Okay? So we have these false users, which we disable because now we don't want them to be enabled and someone can log in as these accounts. And we have these users that we create, you know, HR user template or whatever we want to call them, and we right-click and we copy them, right? That way it looks like that user. But do we really do that, or do we take another employee that is similar to that employee and take their account and copy it? How dangerous is that? Because often I have seen, right? We have forms, right? We have a physical form or an online form. The manager has to fill out the form, correct? What is the employee's first name, last name? And what other employee in the department are they most similar to? Who has this? You guys have that questionnaire? So that way you take that employee and you right-click copy it, and that becomes the template for the new employee. But unfortunately, the manager forgot that that employee they said they're most similar to was involved in 3 other projects, and those 3 other projects have additional groups, and now they're part of these groups that they shouldn't have any access to. It's a security issue. Okay? But that's the best that we have when it comes to Microsoft and this idea. So if I want to copy this account, right, it will take as much information about that account that it can't take everything, and it will try to duplicate that. So it has the same group, so it has many of the same configurations, right? So the idea of templates in a Microsoft world, we just don't have the option. Now, what if I'm creating 100 new employees? How many right-click copies do I have to do? Can I just use a CSV file? Is there an option for that? Right-click. There's no bulk copy. There's no import. I have to manually type every single name. Okay. Now again, some of you have become accustomed to this, and this is normal for you. This should not be normal. Bulk user import should be very simple and easy for us to do. Okay? We should be able to, using the graphical interface that Microsoft has provided us, take a simple, comma-delimited file that we get from HR that's spit out of the human resource database for new employees, and that file should be able to be imported into a copy of some template. Even if it's copy, we should be able to do this. But we can't. Okay? So we are limited on not only bulk, but what is copied from this copy process. So Active Directory users and computers doesn't provide this. Now, what Microsoft does provide for us is CSVDE, LDIFT, and of course, PowerShell. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the MVP program at all, but a couple of times a year, Microsoft invites the MVPs from around the world to Redmond, Washington, and they have an MVP summit. I went about a year, just over a year ago. I went in January 2014. And at the time, I was a group policy MVP. And so group policy is here, and Active Directory is here. It's not underneath Active Directory. It's in a totally different part of the structure of Microsoft, okay? So we don't really communicate with Active Directory MVPs. We communicate with management type MVPs, okay? That's what group policy is categorized as. The head of group policy is PowerShell, all right? Now, I've already asked how many of you have modified or used PowerShell, and a couple of you said, well, I did this or that, but most of you haven't. Here is shocking news, and you need to know this. 1 year ago, during the MVP Summit, Microsoft informed us that they have a mandatory requirement for every single Windows interface. Okay? Now, what I mean by that is, I don't care what you are in. Let's say that you are in a group policy object, right? Every interface must have a PowerShell command for it. Every single interface. What does that tell you about Microsoft and where they're going? What must you learn? I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you. You must learn PowerShell at some level. You must. Soon, every interface, GUI, you're going to be able to right-click and look at the PowerShell command that goes with it. That sounds great, right? Oh, I can just get the PowerShell command and then use it over and over again. Right? I encourage you to try that. I do encourage you to try that. You need to get PowerShell in your environment. How many of you have the Active Directory module for PowerShell? Good. Learn it. Know it. Learn it well. Okay? Because it's complex. Trying to do simple tasks are extremely complex. I mean, some of these commandlets are this long. The one for fine-grained password policies, I believe it's actually fine-grained password policy report or something like that. It's all one word. Okay? You have to become familiar with PowerShell because it is Microsoft's way. This is the future according to Microsoft. You're going to have no option. Are there things today in certain applications that you have to do in PowerShell and you can't do in a GUI? Absolutely. For example, how do you enable the recycle bin, which is going to be our next session, for Active Directory? Can you do it in a GUI? Nope. You cannot. All right? So Microsoft is pushing PowerShell, and it is their way of doing things. Now, those of you that have used PowerShell to create users, it's actually not that hard. But there are problems with PowerShell. For example, there's no confirmation of success. You hit the button and hope that what you thought was going to happen actually happens. All right? There's no reporting. There's no mechanism to say these failed and these succeeded. Okay? Now, in PowerShell, you constantly get this red, right? If you do something wrong, it's in red. I always know I do something wrong because it's red. I have no idea what it means, right? Because it's so cryptic, it doesn't make any sense. So if I do something vitally wrong, it'll come back and say, this didn't even come close to working. But if you're trying to import 100 users and one of those fails, you may not know. Okay? So you need to get familiar with these things, not for importing users, because I'm not going to suggest you do it for importing users, but PowerShell is here, and you need to learn it because it is Microsoft's way. It is the mandatory thing in Redmond, Washington. Every Windows GUI must have a PowerShell command that goes with it. It may take a while to get there, but that is their mandate. And they're putting everything on PowerShell. PowerShell is Microsoft's future for everything management, everything configuration. Okay? Now, to give you an idea of PowerShell, this is direct from Microsoft. I actually took the PowerShell environment and I typed in create user or something like that, and I get this. This is an example. Because I'm thinking that I'm going to miss that underscore, I'm going to miss that dash, or I'm going to miss that capital P, or that quote, or that semicolon. Right? So, in my opinion, this is a little confusing. All right? Let me tell you another story. And I'm gonna send you to a blog that I just wrote. Since I've joined Active Directory, I have new emails from the MVPs in Active Directory, and I kept getting these emails about JIT and JIA, J-I-T and J-E-A. Who knows what those stand for? Does anyone know what those stand for? Good. I want you to go learn, okay? This is your takeaway for this minute. I just wrote a blog on the ManageEngine site that points you to a video. Yes, the video is 1 hour and 15 minutes, but it is worth every single minute that you watch it. Let me summarize. The video is of a product manager speaking at TechEd Europe in 2014. This was in November 2014, so 4 months ago. JIT stands for just in time, and JIA stands for just enough access. I'm assuming that all of you, in some way, have tried to keep up with the attacks that are occurring on all these companies, right? We could list them, but it's kind of scary to list all the companies that have been attacked. What are these attackers taking advantage of in a Windows system to attack the system? Privileged elevation. So any account that has privilege elevation, they're attacking those accounts and gaining access to anything those accounts have access to. So Microsoft decided in vNext Active Directory to tackle this. Okay? Now, I've been talking about privilege elevation probably more than anybody else over the last 12 years. I've worked with products that just do privilege elevation, so I know a little bit about it. Let me describe for you Microsoft's implementation for this, because it gives you an idea of where they're going instead of where they should be going, in my opinion. In this video, you will see this person talking about how to implement JIT and JIA. You must create a vNext forest. I didn't say domain. I didn't say server. I did say forest. Okay? So you must develop an entire forest with a forest trust to your existing forest to implement JIT and JIA. Now the concept is that over in this forest, your existing forest, it is so complicated to determine who has privileged access that we must do this. Okay, that's scary. The Microsoft, and he says this in the video. Listen for these things. It is too complex to determine who has privileged access over here, so instead, we're going to build another forest. The idea is that your employees will log on to this forest in order to gain access to that forest. We good so far? Because it just gets worse, much worse. The idea is that, how many are familiar with SID history, right? When you did a migration from one domain to another domain, the user over here was still there, and you had a new user, and in order for this user to gain access to this stuff, I had to take the SID from this user and put it into the property over here for this user so they could come across. That's the technology they're using for this forest level thing. So over here, I log on as a user, and I can gain access over there because I'm using, I don't even know what they're calling it, forest history. I have no idea, okay? But when I log onto this forest and gain access over here, I don't have any privileges. But don't we need privileges over here? Of course. How do we implement that? Over here, I have to request privilege elevation. How many of you have heard of forefront identity management? FIM. It's no longer called FIM. They've renamed it. No, just get rid of the forefront. It's identity management. That's what it's now called. You're going to implement that. And you're going to ask that this application grant the user whatever group membership you, the admin, have defined. How does the user ask for the request? PowerShell. Would you want your users using PowerShell to do anything? No. That's the solution. Gets worse, okay? We're talking about end users here that need to run an application. This is Microsoft's solution. So they come over here, they run a PowerShell request, then they must do a run as over here because now the group is placed over here. It's phenomenal. You got to go watch this. It is the best hour and 15 minutes, and it gives you insight into where Microsoft is going. It is very useful for you to know because you're working in your world today, and you have to know where Microsoft is going tomorrow. Because I guarantee you it is not where you think they are going. Now, I have my own philosophy on why they're doing this. Why do you think Microsoft is forcing you to install a new forest? Because they're telling you, you know what? You have this infrastructure and it's working. You're not going to all of a sudden install vNext. So just build another forest. What benefit does that give Microsoft? What benefit does you and everyone that runs Active Directory installing a new forest give Microsoft? Money, right? Licenses. You have to license all these things. It's not free. So now you have those and you have these. You have twice as many now because you got to pay for those yearly, right? You got to pay for the cows. You got to pay for over here too. All right? I think that's what it is. They're trying to sell it as we're giving you flexibility. That way you don't have to go to vNext. Just one forest goes to vNext. But you're forcing users to use PowerShell. All of this JIT and GIA stuff has time to live. That way, when a user logs on with a run as, if they forget to log off, the system will take away their privilege access. Sounds good in theory, correct? Watch the video. The guy set up his demo for a 2-minute time to live. How long have I been talking about this? 5 minutes? He did the same thing. When he actually got to the demo part, access denied. He had to go through the whole thing again, request it with PowerShell, re-log on, so that he could access that. How many of your users would put up with this? Okay, this is vNext. It's PowerShell related. They are using PowerShell in order to do something that the GUI can't do. And the user is forced to use PowerShell. And it's not as simple, privilege, PowerShell command. No, it's a multitude of switches and things you have to put with it in order to get this to work. They don't even go over the management piece on how complicated it is for you to specify which groups have which time to live and which user can request it. That's another piece that they didn't even go over. Okay? Go watch the video. I put a link out on my blog. I highly suggest you watch this. It gives you insight into where they're going, all right? It's this stuff is where they're going. This is complicated, all right? So when it comes to provisioning users, if you call Microsoft or you talk to a Microsoft employee, they're going to say use PowerShell, okay? That's what they're going to say to do. And it is possible, but you're not going to get any of the benefits of knowing failures, of knowing what's going on behind the scenes. Well, what about managing users? Well, in order to manage a user, I simply double-click it or right-click Properties. So in Active Directory, if I go back to my new user, and I go to Properties, this is how I manage a user. Manual process, okay? Now, if I wanted to put in some kind of an automation policy that says this user in 6 months needs to be taken out of this group because I want their access to that group to end in 6 months. Can I do that in Active Directory using computers? No. Okay. What if I wanted to modify this user, this user, this user, all those properties? Can I multi-select and go to properties for multiple users? I can. And do I get all the properties? Or do I get a severe subset, right? There's a big difference between 5 tabs and there's like 15 or 20 tabs in a normal user property. So yes, I do have single user modification, and yes, I do have bulk user modification. This is bulk user modification. Okay? This is it. I have a very limited scope for what Microsoft is allowing me to do with bulk users. Okay? How often are you asked to modify a group of users or a department of users or a subset of department of users to all be the same configuration because there's an application that's being installed or they have to point to something else and you have to go one by one and manually update all of those? Okay? I can do it in PowerShell, right? There's no GUI. So you are going to have to, just like I showed you the example, you're going to have to know every switch for every property, and you're going to have to go in and make sure that that property is configured. Now, I like, as I said, to give Microsoft, whenever possible, the benefit of the doubt. So I'm in the Active Directory module for PowerShell. If I type get help user, it is going to list for me every single command in this module that has the word user. And right here is set AD user, right? Modifies an Active Directory user. This looks easy so far. So if I do get help set AD user, I don't know if you saw that. You had to read really quick. This is the help file. Good luck. Okay? I'll show you one more thing. This goes a long way. So, right, if I do examples, I get examples of how to use that, 6 of them. And I'm sure these are very sophisticated and complex examples to give you, you can extrapolate from anything that you see in here, right? So this one says, create a byte array for the Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. login hours. That seems like we do that all the time, right? This is how to do that. Let's see, what other example do we have? Set the user with Sam account name, Glenn John's property title to director, and property mail to this. Okay, so I had to go in and I had to use the replace switch. I had to know director, title equals director, mail equals this. Right? Look at the syntax. How long would it take you to figure this out to get that syntax correct in your environment? This is one example, but now you have to use your environment. And some of your users have spaces, or you have a space here or a space there. Do I use a quote here? Do I use a quote there? I don't know. Trial and error, okay? So this is a way for you to use PowerShell to modify bulk users, right? So that is Microsoft's solution to do this. Okay. Automation of bulk users. I mean, you can use PowerShell, but now you have to combine what I just showed you with some other mechanism that goes in and checks for these properties in order to verify. So I have to have some time frame to check for, and then at the end of the time frame, trigger the PowerShell commandlet. So it's not in there. That's just go out and do it now. I can put a scheduled task around it. Now I can put the PowerShell commandlet in the scheduled task. And the scheduled task says to run in 6 months, right? I could do that. But now I'm having to combine multiple things here when I really just want to do this. Okay. Deprovisioning of users. Manually. Very easy. Right-click, delete. Done. Multiple users. Control-click, delete. Done. Right? How about if you want to delete users that haven't logged on for 90 days and their account is disabled? Can you do that in Active Directory users and computers? Could you imagine doing that in PowerShell? It's possible. I guarantee you can go download a commandlet right now from the PowerShell community that does that. Trying to implement it in your world, I have no idea how you're going to do that. Okay? These things are not that portable. I know because I've tried them. Right? Automated, like I just described, yes, PowerShell is the abyss. It is extremely powerful. But you have to have developer background to use PowerShell. There's no question. You have to. So you're now developing. Right? I don't have time to develop. I want to administer. I don't have time to do all this stuff. Okay? So from the creation through the management to deprovisioning, it's usually manual, and it's usually user by user. And we have to take it upon ourselves as administrators to go in and take the time to do these things. Okay? So what I want to show you is how easy it is with the right tool. Simplicity is the key here. Okay? I'm going to come in here to AD Manager Plus. Now, I can give this tool to my 80-year-old grandma and ask her to do something, and within a couple of clicks, she can find out how to do it. That's how simple it is. Okay? I'm asking you to create a new user. Which tab would create a new user? AD Management. Okay? Which button creates a new user? The one that says create user. Okay, right here. Create single user. Create single user. Think. Now, is this a GUI that's relying on the schema? Or is it allowing me to do everything that I need? Right? There's general information. Here is account information, including member of, including all my profiles. Right? All these configurations are here. Contacts are here. If I'm using Exchange, it's here. If I could do mailbox enabled. Terminal services is here. If I have Link, right? Office 365 stuff, and custom attributes. They're all right here. Click, click, click. You do it in one shot. This is the way it should be. I don't want to do 2 steps. I want to do it in 1 step. Because I most likely am not doing this, correct? You're going to offload this to someone else and say, I need you to go create a user. Just fill out the form. Just, here's the information, fill it out correctly, and let me know when it's done, okay? We're not always using the most technical person to do these things. So we need solutions that help us manage Active Directory, okay? Now, wouldn't it be nice to have some template, okay? That's the user. We talked about templates in Active Directory user computers, and that was a copy, okay? Now, where would I go to deal with templates? The one that says user templates, okay? My point here is this is so simple, it's ridiculous, right? User creation template. Create new template. Huh, what does it look like? Just the user creation piece. So you can fill it all out, and now, voila, you have a user creation template. So, for example, I have one that I've created here, view templates. Let's pick, ooh, I like this one. No, where'd it go? Let's do this one, okay? Well, you may be asking me, well, Derek, where'd all the tabs go? Do you really need all those tabs for every single user? No. So if you give someone on the help desk, if you give someone this complex array of all these settings, they're not going to know what to do, and they're going to come and ask you about it. But if you say, you know what, just use this template, and it just gives them the information they need, how powerful is that? So the question becomes, Derek, that must be really difficult to create a template that looks like that. Well, no. Create new template. Enable drag and drop. Click. If you don't need terminal services, you simply come in here and get rid of that tab. You want me to do that again? Because it was pretty quick. All right? If you over here in contacts don't care about the note, all you do is you go in here and go delete. Done. But then you're like, oh man, I needed notes, I forgot. Okay, drag and drop. Okay, tell me you can't use this. Okay, super duper simple. This is just the tip though, right? How many of you trust everyone on your help desk to do things correct? This guy's like, you're crazy, no way, right? Of course we don't. We want to make it completely simple for them, right? So, some of these settings, let's say for example, description, which we use description in some kind of a batch file or some kind of an application, so it's mandatory. I'm going to make that mandatory. They will not be able to create the user until this field is filled out. I'm forcing it. It's not the schema. It's a template. I am ensuring that the users that are created in my environment are correct. Because how many times have you had users created and it wasn't correct and nothing worked, and it took you 4 hours to get back to the fact that the user that created the user didn't do it correct? I don't want to do that. I just want it to be done correctly. Okay? Now, other fields, let's say account, member of, I can make this read-only. So I configure it, they see it, but they can't modify it. Any of the fields can be done with this. That way, when they create the user, they can document the setting to give that to someone else. But what if you wanted your members there, but you have some help desk people, you don't even want them to see it. You want it to be configured, but you don't want them to see it? That option is called Make Silently Active. When they see the template, that setting won't even be there. It's configured, but the setting won't show up. You're not confusing the user that's creating the user with something that they really shouldn't configure and they don't even care about. So these 3 additional options: read-only, so they can see it but not change it; mandatory, so they are forced to configure that property; and make it silently active to where it disappears, but it's configuring. Extremely powerful for what we're dealing with, okay? Now, what about leveraging these templates? Well, I'm going to come in here, and I am going to create bulk users. I'm going to import a CSV file that I got from HR. Now, I was at a CIO summit in Tucson, Arizona last November. I had a CIO sitting in front of me, and we were talking about PowerShell. And the CIO said, you know, I wanted to modify some users using PowerShell, so my administrator went out to the internet, learned a little bit about PowerShell, and we were going to modify the email address for 100 employees, only 100 employees. We wanted to use PowerShell to do it. So the administrator went out, got the PowerShell command to do it, used a CSV file, and updated 100 employees' email addresses. But they didn't put in the right email address. So it worked, but said it wrong. So now 100 users couldn't use email. Took 2 days to recover from that. 2 days. Because PowerShell, it doesn't tell you that it erred. It took them half a day to figure out what happened. Then they had to go figure out which 100 users it used, because it wasn't just a simple, it actually used a CSV file, but they had to develop the CSV file, so they had to go resurrect the CSV file because they didn't know which 100 users they modified. This actually says, before you do anything, hey, I'm going to create that user, and that user. They're going to have this information. I'm going to make them members of these groups. Do you want this? Is this good? Because if so, all you need to do is hit next. Oh, you need to put them in OU, right? Okay, because I didn't do that in the template. I could do it in the template. So I'm going to put these users over here in the engineering. And unless they're already duplicated, which I don't think I've created these users yet, done. Oh, you mean it actually tells me they were created and here's information? How useful is this? For you to get feedback when you do stuff in bulk. I want to know what's going to happen, and I want to know that it happened successfully. All right? Now, often, you may have multiple templates. Notice that I have an engineering user and a finance user. HR, they don't understand our pain. They're just going to give you a bunch of users and say, go. You know that some of them are in finance and some of them are engineering, and they need to have different configurations, but you don't want to take the time of parsing the CSV file. So what you can do is you can create your own custom CSV files that include the template name. Easy to put this in. Boom, 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 done. So now you're going to use the right template. So you may have 100 users, you put in the right template name. When you import them, they're put in the right OU and they're put in the right groups, just like that. I can add groups, I can merge groups. So now what I'm doing is I'm taking raw information from HR and I'm leveraging that using templates to create the users in Active Directory with all the correct properties. Extremely efficient. I did some training for an organization in the state of Missouri in the US that deals with schools. Now, schools are very unique, right? Because every year I get an entire new group of students in kindergarten that have to create their accounts. And at the end of that year, what happens to those students? Most of them anyway, hopefully. They become first graders, and then they become second graders, and become third graders. This tool, miraculous for them, because all they do is they get a list of all the new students, boom, import done. They have automation policies that just move them to the next level in the right groups and the right OU. They don't have to do anything. Now they can actually spend time focusing on what they need to focus on, which is making sure things are secure, the teachers have access, and everything works. This provisioning and management, no one wants to do that, okay? But using these tools, bulk users, import, right? All I do is I choose the new CSV file, and it says, all right, I'm going to put this user in finance, this one in engineering, this one in finance. I'm using the correct templates. Done. Okay? So utilizing these types of things is very powerful. Now, let's merge some of this together, right? I showed you how to create a template. And later on today, when you guys go through your training in the tool, they're going to show you how to set up delegation. I'm not going to show you how to set up delegation. I'm just going to go right to the wow factor, right? I'm going to take away all their fun. And I'm going to show you that this user, which is the HR manager, is going to log on to the tool. Now, I have set up delegation for this employee so that they can create HR users, and only HR users. The HR manager can create their own HR employees. Now, first of all, notice it's all web-based. It's HTML. I hate coding. I didn't code any of this. This is permission related. And again, they're going to show you later on today how to do this. Notice the one task that they can do. They can create users. They can do bulk users even. When they create their single user, it used a specified template. So they only have to fill in what they have to fill in. I'm using mandatory, I'm using hidden, I'm using read-only. So now a normal employee, instead of giving you the task to create users, which you have many other things to do, you just delegate that they can do it. And you specify the template. They can do a bulk import as well, and it will use the template. It is the exact same interface that I just showed you, but now the user simply goes to a website to do it. I don't have to customize anything, right? I do not have to customize anything. Inside of Active Directory users and computers. Let's go back there. Here. Do we have delegation in Active Directory users and computers? We do. And can I delegate that someone can create a user in an OU? Yes. Okay. How do you give them an interface that they can just create users and just for that OU? It's possible. Microsoft gave you a tool. They gave it to you back in the year 2000. It's called a task pad. How many of you honestly have ever heard of a task pad view? Don't worry about it, they're horrible. They're absolutely horrible. That's why no one uses them. Okay? Most organizations that give their help desk the ability to create users for OU, they give them Active Directory users and computers. So if I give someone Active Directory users and computers, see if I have, it's the whole thing. Now, in technology, right, if we're given something like this, what do? At lunch, when we have nothing else to do? What do we do as technology people? Oh, wow, there's a IT group? That's kind of cool. You know, I know Adam. I really don't, oh my gosh. I can reset Adam's password. This is, oh my gosh, look at this. Darn. Okay, every single button, every menu is available. Doesn't mean you can do anything. How confusing is that to your user? Versus, you know what? Just give me what I can do. Notice the difference? And they're going to show you today, I didn't do anything to do this except for give them permission just for those tasks. It automatically gives them what they need. Now we're talking just in time. Really, that's what this is doing. Okay? So this whole idea of giving users what they need to manage Active Directory, super, super simple. Okay? It really is as simple as what I'm showing you here. Now, what about this deprovisioning? Well, I have secure inactive users. So what I do is I come in here and I say, where is my, this one right here. So what I do is I move the user, then I disable the user, and then after 30 days, I delete the user. I don't do anything. I set up the policy and I walk away. It does it all for me. The tool does it all for me. I don't have to. Right? How many of you forget, oh gosh, I forgot to delete the users this month? Right? You may have a policy that does that, and sometimes it runs, sometimes it doesn't. You have to go verify. This will actually show you the verification of everything that's occurring. So AD Manager Plus takes your tasks of provisioning users with templates and custom templates to a whole new level. This concept of drag and drop is very powerful. The drag and drop allows you to customize the template and put in mandatory read-only and then configure these things. You can do bulk user import, managing users, multi-select. I can do automation. I can move users around based on times, based on any other criteria. I have all these criteria. I can query the user and then perform an action on the user based on the query. And I can run these nightly to make sure that every morning everything is in place. I don't do them manually. The tool does it for me. Right? And then I have complete automation policies for the deprovisioning of users. So using a tool like AD Manager Plus, it can change how you administer users and groups because of the automation and the customization that you can do with templates, and combine that with delegation, extremely powerful. Okay? But you cannot do this with the Microsoft solutions. Sure, I could try to develop a solution with PowerShell, but by the time I'm done, who knows what year it's going to be. These are very difficult things to do. Okay? And PowerShell is more of a background automation thing. It's excellent for server management, excellent for DC management, and things like that that occur every day, every week. But your users aren't created every day, every week. You don't know when they're going to be created. So something has to start that process, and this is a tool that makes that so simple. right? You can verify the CSV, import, and you're done, okay? So that is AD Manager Plus. Very, very powerful, and a tool that, again, I've been looking for it for a long time, and this one group of these schools, a light bulb went off for me because of the complexity that they have with all their user management, and a tool like this just completely makes sense, okay? So at this stage, what we've covered is we've covered the management and the monitoring of changes that occur in Active Directory, okay? If we go back to AD Audit Plus, right? You will now see all of these things that have occurred right here on the dashboard. Everything that we just did in that last session is right here. So you're just looking for oranges and reds. And when these things come across, it's going to catch your eye. I would always leave this dashboard up on your computer. That way you can see what's going on. For the critical things like these, you're going to get an email. And it all works seamlessly together, the AD Manager Plus and the AD Audit Plus. One is managing and one is monitoring. And they work seamlessly together to make sure that you know what's going on your network and you perform things efficiently. Okay? Well, what about when things go wrong? Okay? When things go wrong, you're going to have to recover from Active Directory. Not a fun thing to do. Okay? I don't know of any admin that when they go to work, they're hoping that Active Directory is broken and they get to exercise their knowledge and repair it. All right? The reason is it's not easy. It is not an easy process. We do not know what's going on in Active Directory all the time, so when the time comes to recover, we really don't know what we're looking for, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over kind of what Microsoft has created for us. I'm going to describe what's going on and describe some of the limitations that some of these technologies have. Then we're going to talk about ideal. I need to know what I want. Once I know what I want, I can get a solution that does that. Okay? So what is AD recovery? Well, first of all, we have to understand AD is complicated. AD, extremely complicated. Lots of moving parts. When you get 50 DCs, you even have more issues. And I was talking with someone at the break, when a change occurs, that information may not be replicated between all DCs ever, and even if it is, it may take a while to replicate. So we need to get an idea of what's happening within Active Directory, okay? Objects can be deleted easy, right? Right-click, delete. Microsoft has tried to help us with this, but many of us have gone in and opened up the security, and we can still do this to delete objects pretty easily, okay? Objects can be modified easy, okay? I'm just going to go into these users, and I'm going to look at the setting, and I accidentally hit the keyboard, I hit OK, and boom, that setting's in there, and I'm like, well, which users did I have open? I don't remember, okay? I need to recover from that. Or you get a phone call at 8 o'clock in the morning, I need this user to be in this group. Boom. You go and you add the user to the group. 10 o'clock, I made an error, I need it to be in this group. Are you going to go wipe it out of the other group, or are you just going to put it in the new group? Right? I don't remember which group it was. The user is part of 50 groups. I don't remember what they said. Right? I didn't write it down. It was the boss, and I do what the boss says. So I need to recover from that. I need to get back to that original state. Or maybe I take a user out of a group and I need to put them back in that group. These things happen often. Okay? It's very easy to delete or modify an account. Could be malicious, could be on accident. No matter what happens in AD, we need to be able to recover from that modification or that deletion. Okay? We need to restore these options, right? Recovery from a deleted object needs to include all details. So let's say, for example, that I go in and I delete a user, let's say a VP of the company. I was told to do it, I go and delete, and next week they come back to me and they say, that employee was rehired, they didn't work at the other company, we rehired them as a VP. Can you get that user back? Okay. If you were to go in and restore the user, but the user just have a first name, last name, logon name, and doesn't have any of the group membership, how good of a restore was that for you? Not really good at all. Okay? So we need all the details to come back as well. Very important. Right? Restoration from a modified objects needs to be all-inclusive, but also granular. What I mean by this is, let's say that you go in and you modify someone's telephone number, someone's office number, who their manager is, and all three of those things are modified. But you put one of them in incorrectly, and you need to restore one of the three settings. So I need to be able to restore all three, or just one of what was modified. Because I don't remember what it was. I know what the new setting was, but I don't remember what the old setting was. So I need to recover from that modification. This split between deleted and modified is very important. It's the most important thing about Active Directory recovery. Recovery isn't just from deleted objects. Recovery is from modified objects. Okay? Today, if you go into a user and you make an errant modification, how easy is it to get that user back to the original state that you just modified? And which tool would you use? Does Microsoft have a tool for that? Does Microsoft have a tool to recover from modifications? They do not. Does not exist. What occurs more? Errant deletions or errant modifications? Do you wipe things out? Oops. Or do you just modify them? Oops. We modify them. So we don't have a tool to recover from things that normally occur. They just occur. We need to have a tool to help us with that. Okay? So here are the Microsoft recovery options. Let's go old school. NTDSutil. Woo. How many of you had to use this tool? Some of you had to have had to use this tool. Not fun. Wow. Horrible tool. Horrible, horrible, horrible tool. Okay? It's a command line tool. This tool is designed to help you recover from deleted objects in Active Directory. Now, what does Microsoft put in the operating system to keep backups of Active Directory? We have a backup, and what do we back up? The system state. The system state includes Active Directory. It includes the sysvol. If you have a certificate server, it includes that. If you have DNS, it includes that. It includes all of the AD-related services and information. Okay? Typically, most organizations do a system state backup once a day. So now you have a file that has everything in Active Directory from 4 o'clock the morning before. Okay? So if I have a file, so here's my 4 o'clock the morning before. Everything is wonderful, right? I come in at 8 o'clock, and I have an email that says modify XYZ. Okay? So I modify XYZ. Someone else goes in at 10 o'clock and takes those same modifications and modifies one property of what I modified errantly. How do I get back to here? I don't know what they modified. Do you know what they modified? You don't know what they modified. How do I get back to here? Because if I go back to here, do I get the modifications that happened at 8 o'clock? No. Okay? So NTDSutil will take you back to a specific point in time. That's it. Okay? Now, NTDSUtil deals with the system state, which is the entire Active Directory database backed up. If you need to recover one property from a user at 4 a.m. in the morning, you're going to have to go in and specify the exact syntax to recover that user from 4 o'clock in the morning. And if that user changed to 8 correctly, you're going to wipe that configuration out. In order to access NTDSUtil, can I do that on any domain controller right now? No. I get to, notice I don't have to, I get to go into something called Directory Services Restore Mode. How many of you have ever been in here? Directory Services Restore Mode? You guys are lucky. You guys haven't had fun. This is the fun part, right? Directory Services Restore Mode takes your DC and doesn't boot AD up. It puts it into the local SAM, so AD is not being used. So you can modify AD because it's not in use. Once I'm in Directory Services Restore Mode, I run NTDSUtil, and then I get into the commands that allow me to recover from the system state at whatever time it is. And I have to use the exact LDAP syntax. So let's say that I have 10 domain controllers, okay? And I boot one of them to Directory Services Restore Mode, and I go back to 4 a.m. and I recover 3 users that were deleted. I reboot the server. What's going to happen to those 3 users at replication? What do these other domain controllers think happened to those users? They thought they were deleted, correct? So what's it going to do to these 3 users? It's going to delete them again. So you have to do what's called an authoritative restore. You're going to go to this DC, you're going to put the 3 users back and say, this is the setting. So when you bring it back online, it replicates those 3 users out to the other domain controllers. All these details are baked into this Directory Service Restore Mode with NTDSUtil. Okay? This is what Microsoft had for years. And they still have it, but now they've added some other technologies on top. Okay? Middle school. Microsoft helped us from accidental deletions. Oh, it's too easy to go into Active Directory user computers and delete that? Oh, not a problem. We'll put in a stopgap, right? So here in Active Directory, if I have a new organizational unit called Derek, and I try to delete Derek, it says, sorry, this has been protected from accidental deletion. I don't know if you've heard the term idiot-proof, but Microsoft has idiot-proofed deleting OUs. Now, you may need to delete an OU. How do I delete an OU that's been prevented from accidental deletion? Well, Microsoft put in here on the Object tab, protect it from accidental deletion. It's a permission. They added permissions so that by default you can't delete an OU, and therefore the contents of the OU. In order for you to delete them, you have to loosen up the security that Microsoft put on them so you didn't delete them accidentally, so you can delete them on purpose. This is kind of their first approach. We're going to try to help you as administrators from doing things you accidentally do, right? So that's kind of their first level approach. That's still the accidental deletion. Then they created something called Reanimate Tombstone. Whew. Microsoft used a very deep technical term, tombstoning, and they said that we were going to reanimate from that, right? So starting with Server 2003 and 2008, we tombstoned objects, okay? When you deleted an object, really wasn't deleted. Okay, it was just kind of deleted. right? The DN, the distinguished name, they kind of mangled it. They didn't do it correctly, so some certain things were mangled, right? Non-link value attributes were cleared, okay? All link value attributes were removed, such as group membership. So when I deleted an object, it said, oh, well, the groups don't matter, but I'm going to allow you to recover this user if you ever need to get back. It won't have the groups, but I at least got you the user back, okay? Move to the deleted objects container, could reanimate without taking the DC offline, and the tombstone was for about 180 days. So when I deleted an object, it went into the tombstone for 180 days. And then after 180 days, the garbage collection service came in and wiped it out. After 180 days, sorry, completely gone. You got to go back to system state. This was their first attempt. The biggest problem was during the tombstone, everything was wiped out about the user that you cared about. All the details were wiped out. Okay. New school. You know, we've had on our desktop since probably Windows 95 a recycle bin. It's a trash can. I delete something, it goes into the recycle bin. If I need to bring it back, I go to the trash can and I pull it out, I make it all smooth, and boom, I got my document back. Why don't we do the same thing with Active Directory? So Microsoft created the recycle bin. Look at the first bullet here. How confident were they about this technology? We're going to give it to you, but we're not going to enable it by default. Okay? And then they threw in this caveat. You must have the newest version of the operating system for all the DCs. Forced upgrade. Forced upgrade of the operating system. Okay? Must be Server 2008 R2 functional level. Ooh. How many of you, when you look at that functional level, right before you click it, you're, oh, I hope it doesn't break anything, right? Can you go back to the old functional level? If I go to the new functional level, can I go back? Nope. That's why we're all afraid, right? Some of us are probably still in mixed mode. Right? No, I don't need all that stuff. I'm good. It's working. I'm good. Right? So I got to go to the newest functional level. Forcing you, right? Now, this is important because Microsoft does these things on purpose, right? If I have 10 of 11 DCs running Server 2008 R2, but the one isn't, will my domain still function? Of course. If I move to Server 2008 R2 functional level, what happens to that one DC that isn't Server 2008 R2? It drifts away. It won't replicate anymore. It is a forced, mandatory upgrade of every OS for every DC in the domain. That's what they're doing to you. Okay? Once you enable it, can't disable the recycle bin. Again, it's kind of like the functional level. Hope this doesn't break anything. Users restored are placed into the correct groups. Yes, finally, good job. Okay, all right, because that's really difficult to keep that property. Once objects is deleted in the recycle bin, objects become logically deleted. Okay, it's kind of like your document in the recycle bin. It's the same kind of idea, right? All of your link and non-link object attributes will be restored. After deletion, object lifetime expires, the object is turned into a recycled object. It's kind of like, let's see, you have a sandwich in a bag, and you throw the sandwich away, right? After an hour or so, you could probably get the sandwich and still eat it. It hasn't really gone bad yet, right? After like 4 hours, I don't think you want to eat that sandwich, okay? It's still right there in the trash can, right? So after a certain amount of time, the object that's logically deleted now becomes a recycled object because time has lapsed and you really won't bring that back again, okay? Remains in the deleted objects. After recycled object lifetime expires, the garbage collection physically deletes the object. So we have a multi-step. They added another step into the process here. It looks like this, right? We delete, right? It goes into deleted. After the lifetime, it goes to recycled, and after the recycled lifetime, garbage collection and wipes it out. This is the newest form of recycle bin. Okay? How do you enable a recycle bin? Gotta use PowerShell. Gotta use PowerShell. See the story? I can't make this stuff up, right? This is what Microsoft is forcing us, right? I guess you can use LDP, right? Most of us don't even know LDP exists, so we know PowerShell exists. To restore using the recycle bin, the deleted objects container is not displayed by default, must enable it to be displayed. What? You mean once I enable the recycle bin, it actually doesn't show up? No. I have to go in and enable it to even show up. Okay, so Microsoft takes a technology and they kind of throw it out there, and then they add to it, and then they add to it again. And in the end, it restores, but I have to use PowerShell. Now, there are some new technologies that allow us to restore from the recycle bin with the right-click restore. Okay, so some of those things have come along, but it wasn't that way at the first. So ideally, this is what we would want. Ideally, we want it to be efficient and fast. Okay? PowerShell is not efficient nor fast. So the fact that we have to use this to even get it enabled and then to recover, not really where we want to be. Okay? I want to be able to go in, see, right-click, recover. I want a GUI. I don't want to have to run a command to see what's in there. I don't have to run a command to see what's there and what the time to live is and all. I just want it to be easy, right? Is it in here or not? Recovery needs to include deleted and changed objects. Recycle bin refers to what? What is it recycling? Deleted objects. If I modify a property of a user, does that go in recycle bin? No. So what does recycle bin not do? Recover from modifications at all. Actually, Microsoft does not have a technology to do that. Microsoft does not have a technology for you to recover from modified properties of objects. And as we stated, it's the most important thing. It's what we do usually in error. We don't delete, we modify. And they don't have a tool for that. Okay? Recovery should include options for past changes, not just the most recent. Okay? So let's take a user, right? So I have a user and I add them to 3 groups. Here's 3 groups. Then I delete a group. So I'm left with 2 groups. And then I add them to 4 groups, right? Do you add and remove users from groups all the time? So this is kind of real, right? I add them to projects, I add them to applications, I do whatever. Well, 2 times ago was an error. So I need to go back to here. Do you remember exactly what groups a user was part of back here? I hope not. If so, well, actually I hope so. You have an eidetic memory. That'd be pretty cool to have, right? But I don't have one. I have no idea what the user was part of here. I need to see the history of changes that have occurred for all the properties so that I can go back in time and pull out those properties and recover from that. Not just deletions, these were changes that have occurred. Okay? So how we are going to do that is Recovery Manager Plus. Okay? Recovery Manager Plus is designed to solve all of these issues. Okay? So first of all, Recovery Manager Plus is designed to work with the recycle bin as well as do all the other concepts that we just talked about. Look at history, restore from history. So let's work through some examples. Here is my Active Directory infrastructure. Let me show you what Recovery Manager looks like. Okay. Recovery Manager, the idea is that we work on backups. We have to have these snapshots to know what's occurring, okay? Unlike the system state, these backups only contain the modifications, so they're diffs, allowing us to do compares, allowing us to go back to a point in time and be very specific about what changed and restore that, instead of having to modify just the certain properties of the object, okay? So these backups, you will see, I have them scheduled, plus I can do them manually. So I'm going to go and do a backup now. Performs a backup, and since the last backup, I have no changes. Okay, so I don't have any changes. Now, what if I were to go in, and let's see if I can find my one user. I have Patsy, right? And someone comes in here, and they wipe out Patsy. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. We need to get Patsy back, right? So the recycle bin really isn't here, right? This OS can support it, but it's not enabled, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my recycle bin and hold on, let's do my backup, right? And it's going to show that Patsy is there. Then I go to my recycle bin. There's Patsy. Search for Patsy, right? Click. It says, all right, Patsy was deleted here. Recycle. Are you sure? Yes. Click, click, click. Okay? So now it tells me all the details, right? It includes manager. It includes, let's see, was part of a groups. So it restores this information. Now, if I go look at Patsy back in Active Directory, of course I have to refresh because it was placed back in there. Patsy's manager was restored. Patsy's groups were restored. Okay? So with a couple of clicks, I can restore Patsy. Now, Microsoft does this. This is the one piece that Microsoft does. Okay? We were relying on the technology that Microsoft uses with the recycle bin concept to restore it. Okay? But now let's say that we go in, and instead of deleting, we make an errant modification. So someone comes in and says, let's add Patsy to the managers group. Ooh, that was an error, okay? We didn't want to do that. So this was an errant modification. The recycle bin will not help us. Nothing is in the recycle bin. Nothing was thrown away, all right? Now, here in our recovery, we're going to go and we are going to look at a rollback point, okay? Now the rollback point allows us to pick a time, and it's going to say, where did my rollback go? Oh, I think we have to pick a different time. Hold on. Let's pick here. Okay. Right here is Patsy. And Patsy was part of, here's the finance manager. Okay. So we can now look at the details, and we can roll back, and we can eliminate finance manager. We can roll back to where Patsy is no longer part of finance manager. Okay? So all the details are here. Everything is based on these backup points. That helps you Because if you try to look at the abyss of changes, let's say you were using AD Audit Plus. If you were using AD Audit Plus to try to recover from this, you now have all these particular entries. What we want to do is we want to rely on incremental changes that have occurred, and we can be able to roll back to a deleted object or to an object that was modified at some particular time. Okay? Now, the tool also allows for you to look at particular objects over time. The history is extremely important. So let's say that I have my finance accounts receivable group, and my finance accounts receivable group has a history of changes that have occurred over time, right? Again, every single point in time that the tool looks at Active Directory, it will pinpoint what the old and the new values are. So let's say, I'm just going to pick one in particular here that has some changes. All right, right here. So it says the current value has 5 objects, and the backup has 2. Well, what are those 2? What happened? Well, the tool is designed to show you what the current value is and what the backup value is. Now, it says total members 2, but how did I get to 2? What happened? Because what was modified is the most important thing. Well, I added 2 and I removed 2 to get to that backup point. It is giving you the history of what has happened to those objects. So for example, if I want to go back to a particular point in time, and I want to say, you know what, I want to get back to this particular point. I can pick this modified time and restore, and it will restore it back to the backup value, and it actually summarizes what's there. So this should, for my finance AR, oops, not there, nope, here, it's a refresh. Oop, I wiped that mark. I think I picked the wrong restore point because it put it back to nothing was there. Oh, it does say 0. Oh, here it is. This is the one. So right here, this is where I have one object. I pick this. So if it does restore it back to the wrong one, not a problem. So the backup value is what I'm restoring it to. It says 1 added, go here, refresh, and there's my one object. So what I'm able to do is I'm able to get back to a point in time, right? And it's doing up with these backup values so that I know where to go back. Now what I showed you was the simple view. The simple view basically said, all right, here's the backup point, I'm going to go back to this point. But what if you didn't want to go back to the entire point? Well, let's look at a user. It's a little bit easier to see users than the groups. So here you will see that Mark has had numerous changes for particular attributes over time. And it tells you when that change occurred. So you see that Mark has changed managers, Mark has changed phone numbers, member of. So the other view was the bulk point in time. These are individual properties over time. So if I want to go back to this phone number right here, I simply pick that phone number and I can restore just that attribute. I no longer have to do the entire thing. I'm being granular. I'm being detailed in what's there, but I'm granular in what I restore. And I'm doing it based on the time. So sometimes you're going to have to restore in bulk. Sometimes you're going to want to restore in individual details. But these are modifications. These are not deletions. And the idea that I'm looking at these modifications, not the deletions, is probably the most important aspect of dealing with Recovery Manager Plus. So anything that changes inside of Active Directory, Recovery Manager Plus is keeping a heartbeat of what is changing over time, allowing you to view and analyze what's there, and then put the objects back. Okay? Schedule backups, ensure not to miss any changes, tracks deleted objects and change objects, and reporting is built in. I can go in and look at the reports to see what has changed over time. Okay? So when it comes to going back, I need to do this for users, groups, and OUs. Okay? So let's say, for example, that in Active Directory, I have an OU. The OU contains users and groups, and this group contains the user. But accidentally, I delete the entire OU. This can be very difficult to recover from. Okay? This is not a simple thing. There could have been 100, 200 users. There could have been 50 groups. Those groups contain users from other OUs. This is not easy to recover from. Okay? Here, I do a rollback. Let's see. I'm going to do a rollback, start new rollback, but I don't want to do everything. I just want to go to a particular OU. Now, that OU is project 3. So here, I just pick the OU I want to roll back. Because it knows that it was there. Okay? Now that it knows that it's there, it creates a rollback point based on that. So you will see that that OU contained those objects. If I want everything to be restored back to what it was, I don't do anything. I can pick and choose what to restore. I hit rollback. Tells me the changes that have occurred. Now, when I refresh, project 3 is there. The group, including the membership, is all restored. Okay? So, global OUs and contents. Detailed, restoring users or groups from the recycle bin, including all of their properties. Very specific, modifications to users and groups. I can go back to a point in time and do all of the properties, or if there's just one property that I need to get back to, I can look at the history of that property and go back to a specific point in time for just that property and restore that property back to the user. All of these things are things that Microsoft cannot do. You cannot do all of these things with the tools that Microsoft provide. So that's really the power of the tool, is to come in and do things that Microsoft just can't. Okay, so this isn't supplementing, oh, Microsoft can do it, but it's clumsy. Microsoft can't do all these things. Okay? And these are things that we need to provide solutions for, specifically the recovery of modified attributes. That's probably the most important thing that we need to recover from. So kind of as a summary for the entire day, what we've covered is we talked about the idea that we need to track changes. Everything that is modified in Active Directory, I need to know about it. Okay? So I'm going to use AD Audit Plus, leveraging the auditing capabilities that Microsoft has to pull information out of the security log. I'm going to keep an offline file of that so that now I can go in and run reports, right, over 125 base reports on anything in Active Directory, users, groups, group policy, anything that's changing, and I can run a report immediately on that database. I was in a training class. This was the middle of last year, so July, August timeframe, 2014. And in some of the classes that I run, all the students have an Active Directory environment. Now this was for auditors. Now most auditors, specifically in the US, really aren't that good at Active Directory. Okay? I kind of force them to do things in Active Directory, and I give them step-by-steps. And this one woman raises her hand, and she's trying to do a lab, and it says access denied. It says the entire domain is gone. When she clicks on Active Directory users' computers, everything's gone. And of course, I asked her what everyone in IT asked the person that's having the problem, which is, what was the last thing you did? And she's like, gives the same answer that every user says. Nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, okay? So I couldn't get into Active Directory to see what changed. I had no access as the domain admin to get into Active Directory to even see what changed, okay? But since AD Audit Plus takes a copy of the log, I went to AD Audit Plus, which is offline of Active Directory, and saw that she went in and modified a permission at the domain level to deny everyone, the everyone group, access to Active Directory. Now that's scary. First of all, it was a lesson for me. Ooh, I can destroy Active Directory with one click. Okay? And it's that easy. Want me to show you? I'm not creating monsters, I'm creating knowledged people here, okay? So if I go to the domain node, and I go to properties, and I go to security, and I go to everyone, and over here, I go to deny read, no one has access. You destroyed Active Directory. You have to do a complete restore of Active Directory. You do not have access anywhere as anyone. Okay, one click. This is what I saw over in AD Audit Plus. Now granted, we had to restore, but at least I knew what happened. Hopefully, AD Audit Plus isn't going to get you out of that kind of a problem, but it can. It can give you insight into things that you don't know that are occurring. You don't know someone modifies the domain admins or enterprise admins groups. You don't know. That's where the alerting comes in, okay? So that's where AD Audit Plus comes in. AD Manager Plus takes routine tasks that we need to perform and makes them more efficient. Bulk user import, templates, bulk user import pointing to the templates. Taking the templates and using the delegation in AD Manager Plus so that users can create users individually and bulk users using a forced template. And that template is just what they need to configure. In the background, you configured other things that were mandatory and read-only and hidden, and automatically floods in everything that you need for that user into Active Directory. Throw on top of that automation, provisioning, modifying, deprovisioning users. Now, those tasks that you forget to do or you have as a reminder, you don't have to worry about it anymore. You set them up and they just go. Keeping your Active Directory more secure. Okay? Then we looked at Recovery Manager. Key points of Recovery Manager: deleted and modified objects. Okay? Yes, Microsoft has solutions around deleted, but they do not around modified. And what I need to be able to do is recover from an OU that's been deleted and all of its contents. With a single click, put it back. Users and groups, group membership, everything, put it back. I also need to take objects, individual objects, and restore them and all of their properties. Thirdly, I need to be able to go back to a point in time for an object and say anything that was changed since then, put it back. Plus, individual objects in a multitude of changes, I just may need to put the telephone number back to a particular point in time, whatever it is. So all of those options are available in Recovery Manager Plus, And again, Recovery Manager Plus does things that Microsoft has no solution for. I don't care if you go and buy a product from Microsoft, they do not have some of these technologies baked into those solutions. Okay? So, as I said, this is a full-blown life cycle of AD management, not just users, of AD management. Modifying and managing objects, tracking what happens, and then recovering. Okay? So that is the end of my presentation. I hope you got a lot of information out of it. I will be kind of hovering around for a little bit. I know that we have lunch in probably less than 5 minutes. Lunch is going to be next door. And then after lunch, the ManageEngine guys are going to come up and they're going to kind of walk through in detail these particular products, giving you more kind of use case examples of the products, diving into the products, allowing you to interact and exchange with them, not just kind of general knowledge, but really just focusing on the products. So hopefully this was helpful to you. Again, I'll be around with questions. If you don't have any right now, please have a great lunch, and thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for staying back even post lunch. So now this session we'll be covering 4 applications. So one is going to be AD Manager Plus, and the other one is AD Audit Plus. That will be taken care by me, and the remaining 2 will be taken care by my colleague Harish. So that's the agenda for the afternoon session. So starting off with the first application, AD Manager Plus. And may I know how many of you have used AD Manager Plus before, or okay, it's nice. So now this application, Derek gave you an overview about what AD Manager Plus is and also its Active Directory managing capabilities. So now I'll be introducing you to the other aspects of this application. Now management, Active Directory management is just one phase of this application. This application has more to offer other than managing your Active Directory. It has some interesting features, I would say. So interesting in the sense it is not just about managing users or disabling them, enabling them, resetting their password. It's not about that. So apart from that, you have something else which is even more interesting. What is the reporting section of AD Manager Plus. So you have more than 150 plus reports that this application could offer. So we are going to look into detail about the reporting part and its other features, such as automation. So automation is something like a robo mechanism. You instruct the application to do something, and the application does it for you. So reporting and automation will be the 2 major modules that we will be covering for AD Manager Plus when we talk about AD Manager Plus. So let me just start with the formal Active Directory management sessions. So these are some of the features that this application has to offer, out of which the Active Directory management part has been taken care by Derek. So he spoke to you about user management, managing the entire life cycle of an object, starting from creation to modification to deletion. And this application has also an added feature, which is this will even allow you to restore deleted users. So that's one added feature. And the next one is delegation. So delegation is something like, you create some permissions, some set of permissions, you grant it to your help desk technicians with complete control, and they log into the application, which is AD Manager Plus, and then they perform those actions. So that's delegation for you. And reporting, we'll look into the reporting feature. So almost all the crucial reports. I'll be introducing you to some of the crucial reports that you might be wanting, or you might have to generate to get crucial data out from Active Directory. So I'll be introducing you to some of compliance-oriented reports, which would be very useful for you. And automation is again the robo mechanism. And apart from all these normal features, this application has the feature or the capability to manage your Exchange environment. How many of you manage Exchange servers here? Okay. And this application has the capability to manage all versions of Exchange. So Exchange 2003, 7, 10, and 13. Apart from that, you do have support for Office 365 as well as Google Apps. So you'll be able to provision Office 365 and Google Apps accounts using AD Manager Plus. So that's the introduction. And let's have a look at just the the Active Directory management. So whenever I talk about management, it is all about three things. So creation, modification, and deletion. For example, you create accounts, you delete accounts, all those are going to be a single step process. Whereas when it comes to modification, modification is again going to be classified into multiple categories. So you have reset password, that is one modification. Enabling users, disabling them, unlocking their accounts, modifying the Exchange properties, everything comes under modification. So modification is going to be a bigger category, or we might have to have a bigger perspective to cover the modification part of user management. So yes, user management, computer, group, contact, and file server management. So you might have had a glance about all the the first four topics, user, computer, group, and contact. Now this application has something even more interesting, which is file server management. I'll introduce you to file server management as well in the later part of the session. So the first two slides are just going to give you a heads up about what we are going to be discussing in this AD management session. Okay. So this is how the user interface looks like. So some of you, for those who have not used AD Manager Plus so far, so this is how the user interface looks like for the AD management category. So if you have a look at the top, you have close to 7 tabs there, starting from the Home tab to the Support tab. So the AD management tab, the second tab, deals with Active Directory management. So again, it classifies to, or it boils down to users, computers, groups, contacts, and file servers. So the reporting part, everything you have here. And we do have something called as workflow. So how many of you use ticketing softwares here? Okay, perfect. So we do have an integration between Active Directory actions and workflow. And workflow is something like a security check, which basically functions like a ticketing software. So you can map Active Directory actions to your ticketing system, or to AD Manager Plus's ticketing system. That's workflow. Okay, now here we go. So this is going to be the actual presentation that I would like to share with you. These are some of the thoughts that I'd like to share with you pertaining to the application. Now, as I said earlier, this reporting part has more than 150 plus reports. It has reports on almost all categories of Active Directory. It has reports on users, computers, groups, and if you're looking to generate some permission reports, yes, you have reports for that too. And as administrators, you might have had the complex task of cleaning up your Active Directory. So cleaning up or finding out stale accounts and removing them from Active Directory is going to be a primary task of any admin. So just to make sure that the AD environment is maintained effectively. So you'll be able to perform all those cleanups just by generating a report. So you just generate a report, get the information that you require, and then clean up your Active Directory. So cleanup is also possible using the reporting function. And you have not only you'll be able to manage your Exchange environment, you'll be able to even generate reports about your Exchange. So when I say Exchange, I'm always referring to the main versions of Exchange, 2003, 7, and 10, and 13. So All the 4 versions of Exchange you'll be able to get generate reports from using this tool. And let me introduce you to some of the features that this application has to offer. So you have an Active Directory environment, and you might be requiring to gather data, any kind of data for that matter. Report on all users, or report on locked out users, or password expired users, or you might need to find out the group membership of a user, or you might need to find out who are the users of a specific group. All those are information that you'd like to retrieve from Active Directory. So this application, the first feature of this application is organizational based query. So if you don't want to query your entire Active Directory, instead if you'd like to focus just on a specific OU, you have something called as organizational based query within AD Manager Plus. So you just choose a OU, get all the list of objects in that OU or any data pertaining to that OU. So you have organizational based query in AD Manager Plus. And let me tell you what is the benefit of using AD Manager Plus. If you are trying to generate reports using your Microsoft tools, something like Derek mentioned, PowerShell, it's going to be a bit complicated. So you might have to create queries in order to retrieve the right information from Active Directory. And even missing a punctuation can lead to complex results, and you might have to spend hours troubleshooting the issue. So avoiding all that, giving the information that you're looking for in a user-friendly manner is what we are talking about here. And the second one, creation of report schedules. You might not want to log into the application every time and then generate reports, get the reports, and then export it and all those stuff. That's going to be a bit of manual task. How about automating all the reporting tasks? The schedules does exactly that for you. So the application generates the reports on your behalf and then email it to your inbox without you even logging into the application, so that you can receive the reports on a regular basis. So if you'd like to receive a report on recently created users for the last 5 days, or once a week or twice a week, you can just go ahead and create a schedule, and then the application would generate a report and it would email it to your inbox. So that's report scheduling. And we have something called as column customization. So a user has n number of properties when it comes to Active Directory. It can be the user's group membership, it can be the user's account status, whether he's enabled or disabled, and the OU in which the account resides, and his employee ID, contact number, and all those stuff. So you can just go ahead and add any number or any attribute pertaining to users, computers, groups, and contacts to the report and get the exact information that you're looking for. So the task of getting information out from Active Directory is simplified for you using the column customization. And yes, exporting reports into any desired format. In case if you need to submit reports to your auditors for any compliance requirement, you always have you always have a means to export this report into different formats. You can export this report to a spreadsheet, to a PDF document, a HTML document, and then present it to your superiors or to your auditors based on your requirement. And the best feature of all is going to be on-the-fly AD management, which is you need not go to the AD management tab every time to perform an action. Instead, all you do is generate a report. Let's say you have 100 users in the report and you have 100 checkboxes in the left side. You just select the checkboxes that you want and then manage the users that you wish. So these are some of the features, and I'll be sharing some of the screenshots of the actual features so that you'll be able to better understand how this feature looks or how this feature works. So this is something that I was talking about, organizational based query. So by default, the reporting part focuses on the entire domain. And if you don't want the application to focus on the entire domain, instead you just want to pinpoint specific OUs, you always have an option to do that. So here I'm just using the recently created users report. I might not want to query the entire domain. I just focus on a specific OU. And this is something that I was talking about, creating a report schedule. So this is something like a robo feature. You just select the reports that you want to be emailed to you, and the application emails those reports. So that is, and yes, you will be able to choose the scheduled duration. If you want to receive the reports on a daily basis, monthly, weekly, or even hourly basis, you can just go ahead and choose that. And also, this report will be reaching you in the form of an attachment. You can decide the format of the attachment. So as I said earlier, you feel free to choose from any formats that you want. And here you go. This is for column customization. After generating the report, if you'd like to get more information from Active Directory pertaining to the report or pertaining to the objects, you just click on Add or Remove Columns, which is available in any report, and then choose the attributes that you want. So it gives you a broader perspective on the user attributes in Active Directory. Not only the user attributes, any attributes for that matter. And again, you have the function of exporting these reports to 5 different formats. And this is what I was talking about. So this is the key selling feature. So most of the people who use AD Manager Plus find this feature very useful and at the same time interesting. And what does it make this feature to stand out from the rest is on-the-fly AD management. So you just generate any report that you want, and once you have the list of users or list of groups, you simply select the checkbox of the groups that you'd like to manage, and then you go to More Actions, you select any kind of action that you want just by generating a report. So even a technically naive user will be able to manage Active Directory using this application or using the reporting part. And how do you grant access to a technically naive user to actually use the application? It is through delegation, which we'll be discussing about in a short while. And here comes the next topic, delegation. So delegation basically, as I said earlier, allows you to create customized roles within the application and then grant them very securely to your help desk technicians. And Derek was mentioning something in the earlier session, which is elevation of permissions. Just because a user has to do something in Active Directory, it is not a safe practice to elevate his permissions and then grant him access to the application. That's going to be a bit of a risk. So in order to avoid all those situations, or in order to overcome all those risks, what we do is we create a mask within the application, and we assign the mask, which is nothing but a set of permissions, to a user. So whenever the user logs into the application, he will be using the mask to perform those actions in Active Directory. So delegation is all about creation of masks which contain the permissions and then mapping those permissions to a technician or to a user so that he securely logs into AD Manager Plus and does any kind of change that you want. And the best practice or the best thing is you can grant any role to any user, but that is in no way going to affect the user's permission in Active Directory. So we are not dealing with user's permission, or we are not touching user's permission in Active Directory. Instead, you simply create a role and then you grant it to a technician so that he can perform the actions that you want in Active Directory in a very secured manner. So yes, the first point says the delegation never alters a user permission in Active Directory and creates task controllers. So this is what I was mentioning as masks. So these task controllers are defined by administrators like you. So you define certain task controllers and then you map those task controllers to users so that they log into the application, and since they have some task controllers assigned to them, they log into the application and perform the actions defined in the task control. So this is the second feature. And yes, since you are creating roles or since you are creating task controllers, you have complete control on what you're going to delegate. For example, you have 5 administrators and you have 10 help desk staffs. So you want your help desk tasks just to reset password or unlock account or move users from one OU to another. So you split all these 3 roles among these 10 users, and then you grant them to all these 10 users. So they log into the application and they perform only those actions that are delegated to them and nothing else. So even if they try to perform any other action, the result would be an access denied error message. So this is going to be very effective since it is not going to alter a user's permission in Active Directory. And the last point, since this delegation is not going to deal with any kind of scripts or any kind of complex tools, even a technically naive user can use this application and perform the task that you have delegated to them. And this is all about delegation. So I was talking about masks, I was talking about task controllers. In AD Manager Plus, all those are known or referred to as help desk roles. So all you do is you create a help desk role which holds or which contains a list of permissions that you're going to delegate. You save this role, you assign it to a technician. All the checkboxes that you see on the screen are going to be permissions that you're going to delegate. Say for example, if you are going to grant a technician the role, let's say you have a HR and you grant the HR just the role to create a user and nothing else. You simply go ahead and select the first checkbox which says create single user and then save this role, assign it to the HR. So the HR will only be able to see the create single user option as soon as they log into the application and nothing else. And this is how you restrict users to certain actions. You can even grant a HR the role of a super admin, but that is not going to alter the HR's native Active Directory permissions. And you might ask me, how does a HR perform administrator level actions without his Active Directory permission being elevated? The answer lies in something what we call as impersonation as admin. So we have something called as impersonation as admin for every technician. If you don't want to alter the user's permission in Active Directory, what you do is you simply say technician A, you should be impersonating as admin. So whenever you select that option for any technician that you're going to add in AD Manager Plus, the technician will be using the privilege of the admin account that you configure for the application. So the minute you install the application, one of the first things that you'll have to do is you'll have to configure an account that has admin rights. So this, if you are going to impersonate a technician as admin, then the technician will be using the privilege of the account that is already configured as an admin in the application. So this is something like redirection. So even though the user is logging into the application, the user will not be using his or her Active Directory permissions. And the next question some of you might have in mind is, if a user is impersonated as admin, if I have a look at the security logs in order to track his events, I will be getting the name of the administrator and not of the technician. Then how would I be able to find out which technician has done these actions? To answer or to find out the exact audit action, we have something called audit reports within the application itself. Now the audit reports is going to look or track all the actions done by the technician, irrespective of the level of the action. It can be a normal reset, or it can be a rename of a user, or it can be even an attribute modification. Everything will be captured by the audit reports feature in this application, and it will be reported to you. So we have solutions for that too. So even though your security log says that an administrator has done these many changes, in real, the administrator has not done those changes. It is the technician who was impersonating as the admin has done those changes. So in order to give you a clear understanding, or in order to tell you who has done the exact change, we have the audit reports for you. And once again, any report that I'm talking about in this application can be automated. In the sense, you need not generate the report. The application generates the report for you, and it will email it to your inbox. So that's what we're talking about here. And workflow. So workflow, as I said earlier, this is going to be a security check within the application. So I'll come back to workflow a bit later. First, let me talk about automation. So everything that Derek spoke about pertaining to user management, be it creation of users, disabling users, cleaning up your Active Directory, modifying group membership of users, everything can be automated. So an administrator need not, be bombarded with a certain common tasks. Instead, what they can do is they can simply create an automation which would help them to perform those tasks on their behalf. So that's automation for you. I'm going to discuss a simple example of cleaning up your Active Directory. And before that, I'd like to ask a question to you. So have you ever come across or have you ever performed an Active Directory cleanup on your own? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, okay, we have one yes, we have another one. So what happens is, in normal cases, when you perform a cleanup without AD Manager Plus or without any third-party tool for that matter, you'll have to find out the real last logon of a user in order to find out whether he has logged in recently or not, based on which you can initiate the cleanup. That's the first task. And then you'll have to use the right tool for removing users from Active Directory. In the sense, you might have to use PowerShell or any other tool that actually answers those questions or finds the answers to those questions. So instead of avoiding, instead of complicating your cleanup process, this application automatically cleans up stale accounts from Active Directory. So let me show you how that is done. So these many tasks can be automated. So you can automate the user creation process, the user termination process. You can even clean up your Active Directory, and that's for user management. And coming back to group management, it's the same. If you'd like to remove some users from a group, add them to a certain group, and you don't want to manually do that. You want the application to do it. So you instruct the application, you tell it, remove these users from the group or add them to the group. The application does it for you. And the same thing holds good for computer and contact management. So I'm just giving you a common example which is very common. I mean, common example that is used by administrators. So the administrators use this for many processes, or for automating many processes, out of which removing stale accounts is going to be of utmost importance. And as soon as you click on the automation tab, you'll be finding two things that you see on the left-hand side of the screen, which is automation and then automation policy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean up my AD, and that is going to be based on a sequence. So whenever I talk about a sequence, I'll go ahead and define a policy for the sequence. So the policy is nothing but it is a sequence of actions that an administrator likes to automate. And the automation is the actual part in which the action will be taking place. So in this cleanup, what I'm going to do is, first, I'm going to find out inactive users in my domain. Inactive users in the sense, users who have not logged in to my domain for the last 90 days. Okay, I'm going to find out inactive users. And next, I will be moving those inactive users to a different OU. And then wait for 10 days, I'll be disabling those accounts. And wait for another 15 days or 30 days, I'll remove those accounts from Active Directory. And all these processes can be automated so that a user need not do anything, the application does it for you. So that's the power of automation. Even a complex task as cleaning up your Active Directory can be automated here. So this is the sequence here. And this sequence will use only its inbuilt reports as an input. So as I was just discussing about the reporting part of this application. So the reporting part will be taken care by the application. In the sense, it will find out the inactive users in your domain for the last 90 days or 45 days, and then it would start executing the automation policy based on the frequency that you define. So this is automation, and we are coming to the end of the presentation of AD Manager Plus. So before ending the presentation, I would also introduce you to one feature, which is workflow, which is the ticketing feature. So this automation, I said, is going to do things on its own. You instruct the application, and then the application is going to do things on its own. So you might want to implement a security check even before the automation does anything in Active Directory. So you might want to have a look at the request, see that if the request is valid. If you find that the request is valid, you approve it. Else, you reject the request. And whenever a request is raised, there must be a notification mechanism that should notify your administrators stating, hey, a request has been raised. And then whenever you reject a request or approve a request, it should be notified as well. So we have notification rules, and at the same time, we have assigning rules as well. Similar to any ticketing software or similar to any workflow engine, we have assigning and notification rules. So that's workflow. So by default, we have 3 levels of approval in the AD Manager Plus workflow. So we have reviewer, we have approvers, executors, and only when the executor says yes, the action will take place in Active Directory. So if the executor says no, or if one of these approving technicians say no to a request, the action will be terminated. So it can be any action. It can be a request for creating a user, it can be an Active Directory cleanup, or it can be a request for removing users from a group, anything of that sort. That can be automated, and the automation can in turn be connected or linked to the workflow, so that the action will not take place in Active Directory. Instead, a request will be raised for the action to take place. Only after review the action will be assigned, or the action will be taking place in Active Directory. So if you feel that these many levels of approval is not required, you just need a requester, you just need an approver. If that is the case, you are most welcome to edit the workflow engine of AD Manager Plus. This is again customizable. You can just go ahead and remove the reviewer and the approver, have just a requester and an executor. So you can simplify a workflow based on your requirement. And you have assigning and notification rules here in the left hand side. So you can notify users whenever a request is created, reviewed, approved, executed, and rejected. So this is about the notification rules. And similar to notification rules, whenever a request is assigned, you'll be able to assign it to a specific technician. For example, whenever it's going to be a user creation request, assign it to technician A. Whenever it's going to be a user deletion or a group removal request, assign it to technician X. So you'll be able to create notification rules and assigning rules based on your requirement. So that's it about AD Manager Plus. Any questions for me? Yep. Okay, that's a good question, sir. Thank you for asking. So before answering to the gentleman's question, I'd like to inform you something. Now this application is licensed based on the number of domains that this is going to manage, and also the number of users who are going to use this application. Users in the sense, the number of administrators or technicians. Okay. For example, your requirement is going to be for managing one domain, and you have 10 technicians. So you've added 10 technicians to within AD Manager Plus by granting them different roles. So we were talking about help desk roles. So you have granted them different roles. So once you have granted, or once you have assigned a technician within AD Manager Plus, and that's not going to cost you an additional license count when you associate the technician to workflow. So it's going to be free of cost. In the sense, the technician has already been configured, which means a license count has been consumed. So you need not pay, or you need not pay for an additional license in order to associate the technician to workflow. No, only when the technician is going to be a part of AD Manager Plus, only when the user is part of AD Manager Plus, he'll be able to be in one among the approval roles. So but you can add a normal user as a requester. He need not be a technician within AD Manager Plus to be a requester. But to approve request, yes, he has to be a technician. Have I answered your question? Okay. Any other questions for me? Yes. Okay, two major objects are covered as of now. So the objects are user objects, as we just saw. Similarly, you'll be able to create a cleanup activity for computer objects as well. So when I say computer objects, workstations, servers, domain controllers, everything comes under computer objects. So you'll be able to create a cleanup for that as well. So, and in an automated manner. Okay, now this question is something related to the licensing model which the application currently follows. Now since the licensing is based on the number of users, having groups and then assigning them to groups is not supported as of now, but we are already planning on something called as help desk groups and help desk roles. So what you do is, instead of assigning technicians one by one, you simply create a help desk group and then assign a role, a single role to that group, and then simply add or remove technicians from the group. So we are working on something like that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Absolutely. So we have something, two different roles here. We have something called security roles, and then we have help desk roles. So this is all about help desk roles. So let's forget about help desk roles for now. So the security roles will contain the access control entries that you'd like to grant or set for a group. Okay, so if your requirement is to set permissions for a specific group or a specific OU, then you'll have to talk about access control entries. Yes, we have an option to set access control entries to a group or a OU using the security roles within AD Manager Plus, and that comes under the AD Management tab. So you have something called security management. So you'll be able to create customized roles. I'm talking about the actual permissions in Active Directory, and then set those ACE entries on a group or an OU based on your requirement. So we have two things: help desk roles and security roles. Absolutely, you have filtering conditions within. So let's say you are going to find out inactive users, but you don't want to clean up the users who are a member of these groups, or who have an attribute like this, or who has when created attribute within the last 30 days or 60 days or anything of that sort. You have filtering conditions that would further allow you to refine your search. Name of the user object. Okay, you don't want to remove a specific user. So you'll be able to filter that out, but not directly. Let me give you an example. So if you have user A and user B, if you'd like to exclude user A from the cleanup, you can do so, provided user A is in a different OU than user B. If all of them are going to be in a single OU, this report is going to find out the inactivity period for all the users in that OU. So the minimum level of narrowing down is, or the maximum level of narrowing down, I would say, is up to an OU level. So you can restrict the automation to look at a specific OU, but not more than that. You can filter down the action based on certain conditions. So if the user falls in any one of these conditions, the user will be excluded. So all you have to do is just find out a specific criteria that would exclude this user, and then the automation would ignore the user and then just would work on the other users. So that's the only thing you'll have to work on. Yeah. You had a question for me, sir? Okay. So we have, thank you. So we have two different versions for this. In fact, three versions. So we have the free version, we have standard edition, and we have something called as the professional versions. So the standard edition is going to be the least available model with just the basic features. And then the professional edition is fully loaded with all the features that you saw. The features that you would be missing out in the standard edition would be scheduling of reports. The reports get auto-generated and reaches your inbox, so you'll have to manually generate the reports for you. Manually generate the reports. And then we have something called group management and contact management. So you'll not be able to perform all those two in the standard edition of the application. So we have something called free edition. So the free edition will help you to manage a domain which has less than 100 users, 100 or less than 100 users. So that's for free. So you have all the features available, but for 100 users. Okay, you don't have limitations in the standard and the professional version. You'll be able to create any number of users that you require in your domain. But when it comes to the free version, as I said earlier, you'll be restricted to 100 users. So if you're trying to cross 100 users, you'd get a message. I'll give you the exact message. It would say that you have crossed the license edition in the free version of the application. So that would be the message. So. And for Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Can you name some actions that you'd like to be that you'd like to perform? Yeah. So, okay. So modifying existing users. So right now we have an option for creating an account in AD and then syncing them to Office 365. So we have a one-time creation process for this. So we are working on something that would, you already create an account in AD and you'd like to just sync the account. We are working on something like modifying an existing AD account to map them to Office 365. Yes, you can create an account directly in Office 365 using the application. Mm-hmm. Local and migrate is something is in the roadmap, sir. So, yeah, as of now, you'll only be able to create accounts and then, create Office 365 accounts using the application and then map any kind of licenses that you want to that account. But if you already have an account in AD and if you're looking to just sync those accounts to Office 365, that is something that should be hitting the market real soon, because our team has already started working on that, but it's not available as of now, to be frank. Okay. Any more questions for me, gentlemen? Yes. OU? Okay. Okay, so you can do that, but in a roundabout manner, because since all you have to do is just create a CSV file with the name of the user and the designation. The application allows you to create filtering rules so that the filtering rules and the CSV file would work together, and then it would map the user to the groups that you want. Not only that, if you'd like to remove specific users, let me make it clear for you. So you have a list of users, okay? And you want them, and those users are going to be falling under a specific criteria. So if you want those users to be added to a specific group based on the designation or removed from a specific set of groups, or if you'd like to wipe out the existing group membership for those users, you can do so using the group automation. So we just saw the 4 kinds of automation, right? User, computer, group, and contact. You have the feature that you're looking for under the group automation feature. So what I would request you to do is I would request you to just download the application, play with it for a while. So even during the evaluation phase, you have full support. So you're most welcome to contact support for any technical questions or queries that you have. Even if you're interested in a proof of concept kind of a thing, our support team will be more than happy to engage you with. So if you have any specific requirements or if you'd like to see some additional features in the application, our team would even work on the features based on its feasibility. So, any more questions for me, gentlemen? Or can I just move on to the next application, finish it off, and then let's go for a break? Can we do that? Thank you. So, AD Audit Plus. Now, Derek has given you an overview about what this application is capable of, right? Now, this application serves 2 main purposes. One is, as the name indicates, it audits changes in Active Directory, and the second thing is it alerts. So, auditing and alerting are the 2 main features of this application. So apart from these 2, user beneficial features, we have something called as archiving, which is product beneficiary feature. In the sense, any application that is going to audit your Active Directory environment will be storing data in its own database. So which means there are possibilities that the size of the database might grow exponentially. So in order to avoid that, or in order to effectively maintain the size of the database or the growth of the database, we have something called as archiving. So this basically serves 3 main purposes. One is going to be auditing, and the second one is going to be alerting, and the third one is archiving. So we'll just have a look about what types of auditing this application has to offer. So how does this application work? So this application basically reads information out from your security logs, dumps it in its own database. This application has a built-in database which is PGSQL, PostgreSQL. It would process the information and then it would give it to you in the form of reports. You would be getting it in the form of alerts or any kind of email notification. So this is the background of this application. Information from the security log processed in its own database and given to you in the form of reports and alerts. So these are the auditing features that this application covers. So any type of Active Directory change, that is for Active Directory auditing, user log on and log off, when did the user log in and at what time, and what is the IP address that was used for logging in and all those stuff, and any GPO settings changes, which is going to be very, very crucial. So who modified a GPO and when was it modified, what was modified and from where. So all the 4 vital W's of any change auditing environment will be answered by this application. And you have DNS and schema changes, file servers, you'll be able to audit member servers and all this stuff. So any kind of auditing that you have in mind will be met by this application. And one thing is, the reports that you get from this application are going to be compliance oriented reports. So since it's going to be a completely, and one more thing, the best feature, I'm missing out on some of the key points, and sorry for that. Some of the key features are, one interesting aspect is you will be able to get real-time data from the application. So this application listens for events on a real time. So the kind of change auditing that this application relies on is going to be fetching live information from the security logs as soon as an event is recorded, and you'll be notified. For example, you have a confidential folder and someone deletes a file within that folder, you'll be notified immediately. The minute the information is captured in its respective log, AD Audit Plus, this application would capture the event from the log, process it, and then it will send out a notification stating, hey, someone has deleted a file X, and it was deleted by user X, and the IP address is this, and the name of the file that was deleted is going to be Y. So you'd be able to get answers for 4 vital W's for any change auditing environment when it comes to AD Audit Plus. And this printer audit is often used as it's often used by administrators to look over the shoulders for of mischievous users, I would say. So users who are using the printers the most, how many jobs they print and all those stuff. So this is basically for monitoring your print servers and all its associated printers. And removable storage audit, someone plugs in a USB stick, transfers data, or transfers data to or from your PC or from the network. You'll be able to get information about who did what and what was the file transfer and all this stuff. So this application not only audits, but it also helps you to create a security boundary for your entire Active Directory domain. So that's about the features that this application has to offer. And again, we discussed about the crucial aspects of AD Manager Plus. Similarly, you have some crucial aspects for AD Audit Plus as well. So these are going to be the features of any kind of report that you'll be seeing in the application. So you have custom reports, and what do custom reports address? Now, apart from the built-in reports that this application has to offer, if you have a specific criteria that you'd like to find out, if you'd like to find out a specific event or map a specific event, you can just go ahead and create custom reports within the application. And scheduling of reports, alerting and notifications, and getting information out in the dashboard, so that you just have a look at the dashboard and you find out who has done what without even generating the report. So your customizable dashboard. So this is how the dashboard of AD Audit Plus would look like. This is something like a mini NOC center, a mini NOC setup. So what you do is you just open up AD Audit Plus. and you'd get some of the crucial data that, just by having a look at the graphs, you'll be able to find out something is going wrong, or you'll be able to get auditing information about the crucial stuffs that you'd like to, get information about. So the one that you see in the right-hand side are all going to be alerts. This alerts will be displayed here, and also at the same time will be emailed to your inbox. And the graphs that you see here are completely customizable. If you want certain graphs to be removed from the list, and if you'd like to add certain other graphs, yes, you can even add that. And this is the custom reports that I was talking about. Okay, and next comes file auditing. So apart from Active Directory auditing, if you'd like to monitor changes that are taking place on your file servers, or even on your NetApp filers, your EMC shares, so everything can be audited by this application. So these are the file auditing categories that are available. You have file audit reports, server-based reports. Now, what is the difference? Now, the server-based reports will be focusing on a specific file server. If you'd like to just find out who does what on a specific file server, you have server-based reports here. And you can, perform the search the other way around. If you'd like to perform the search based on a specific user or on a group of users, you have the user-based reports. So that you select a specific user and you trace what are the actions done by the specific user pertaining to the file server management section. And my reports is again going to be customizations. So you just select the reports that you want. Instead of manually going to the section and then generating the report, you create your own profile. Go to the profile, generate the report that you want, and then derive the information out from the security logs. So this is advanced file auditing. So the advanced file auditing has some built-in reports that you can, just click and then have a look at the report. So we have some frequently used or most frequently needed information for advanced file auditing. So just by having a look at the schedules that are already in place, you'll be able to get crucial information out from Active Directory, again pertaining to file servers. So this is something that I was talking about. This is an additional feature in advanced file auditing. Here, the drop-downs allow you to refine or narrow down your search based on your requirement. So without having to audit your entire file serving environment or file server's environment, you just create a condition here, and the report that you see in the screen will be based on the condition that you define here. So you are free to choose or track any specific event ID using the custom reporting of AD Audit Plus, or using the advanced file audit feature of AD Audit Plus. And this is once again server auditing. So if you are going to monitor a specific server and a specific member server, you always have the server auditing section for you. So all these aspects of Active Directory will make sure that any undesirable change is not going unnoticed. So everything will be tracked real time and it would be alerted. So that's the best part here. And some of the reports here pertaining to file integrity monitoring and print server auditing. Now we have two things. We have file server auditing and file integrity monitoring. So the difference is file server monitoring, as you know, any Windows share, you audit any changes done on the Windows share, and then you have NetApp, you have EMC, you have CIFS shares, any kind of stuffs or any kind of modification that takes place on those shares will be audited under file server monitoring. But what about system files? But what about exe files within the system? What about DLLs? So any modification on those files will be listed under file integrity monitoring. So you have two kinds of things. One for a shared environment, which is for shared folders and all those stuff, that is file server monitoring. And the other one is for file integrity monitoring, which takes care of changes in your system files. So standalone and shared environment, we have two types of file monitoring here. And printer server auditing, it's self-explanatory. So the recent jobs, the printer usage of a specific user, and all that stuff. And apart from auditing the file or folder changes, if you'd like to find out who logged into a specific server and at what time, and was it a terminal service attack or was it a direct login? All those changes can be monitored by the application. And have you ever come across a scenario in which a specific account gets logged out 50 times in a day or 100 times in a day, and you have no clue from where the lockout is being initiated? Have you, any one of you, have you come across such scenarios? Okay. Now this application has something called as Account Lockout Analyzer. Now the Account Lockout Analyzer would be inspecting 5 features or 5 components of any lockout, and then it would tell you from where was the lockout initiated. Is it a virus attack, or is the account configured as a service account somewhere and the password for that account has expired? So this basically looks out for 5 components, and it would give you exact information on why an account gets locked out. And that's it. So since this application is all about reports, I believe it's going to be self-explanatory. Once again, I would request you to play with the application to know more about the features, and any questions or any customizations that you'd like to see in the tool, you're most welcome to get in touch with our technical team anytime. Any questions for me, gentlemen, pertaining to the AD Audit Plus application? Sure.
On the lockout features, sometimes we know that this PC is configuring the lockout, but within the PC there's a lot of applications that is using Windows authentication. But we couldn't know which application is triggering the lockout. It could be linked to without group, it could be something else that's Microsoft based. So is the software able to know which other applications can call authenticate?
We would even be able to track the lockout initiated from certain process IDs, PIDs. So if we are able to track changes based on PIDs, I think we should be able to answer your question. In the sense, yes, we'll be able to actually find out which process is actually triggering the lockout, since this is going to be mapped using PIDs. PID monitoring, yes, we do have applications. We do have a feature. The account lockout feature would in turn point to the PID, and then it will give you the exact reason for the lockout. And if you need certain clarifications on that, I can provide you, a one-to-one session maybe, and then I'll engage my team to actually give you a better insight on that. So anything else pertaining to the lockout, or? Okay, you had a question, sir. Yes, and this application is licensed completely different compared to AD Manager Plus. So this is licensed based on the devices that you're going to track. Devices in the sense the number of servers you're going to audit, the number of domain controllers, the number of workstations. So you have no limitation on the number of technicians that you're going to add in the to AD Audit Plus. And you have 2 roles when it comes to technician. You have the admin role and you have the operator's role. So the admin role has the complete control over the application. He'll be able to generate reports, create alerts, remove alerts, delete alerts, modified alerts, or play with archiving and all those stuff. If you don't want them to mess with any of that, you just want the users to log into the application, generate report, get data, then you can add him as an operator. So, okay, or as of now, no, but you'll be able to grant him the access to complete reports, and then say, okay, you just generate reports and do nothing else. So the admin has the additional responsibilities or features of creating an alert and archiving and all those stuff. So operators just for the reporting part, but you cannot further narrow down. But I'll definitely take your requirement to the team. So what kind of modification that you're looking for, or what kind of refinement that you're looking for? Okay. So something like customized roles. So you'll be able to pick and choose what reports are going to in AD Manager Plus. Okay, I understand. We have something called local user manager. That is again a free tool that comes with the application. with the AD suite. So the local user manager will be able to give you the list of users, the group membership of users, and also the list of local workstations. So it will give you the complete list of all the local objects within a specific server or within a set of servers that you're planning to have a look on. So yes, some basic management actions. For example, if you'd like to reset the password, or if you'd like to delete those accounts, or if you'd like to rename those accounts, those type of basic actions are allowed using the local user management application. Local user manager. You can just Google it up. ManageEngine local user manager. The first link would be the link to the application. Okay. Any more questions from me? No. Yes. Absolutely. So it can schedule reports too. So the scheduling part and the exporting part will be the same for AD Manager Plus as well as for AD Audit Plus. So the application is going to generate certain reports on its own, and it would email it to your inbox. So when I say this is the same for AD Manager Plus and AD Audit Plus as well. You're free to choose any report that you want. Let's say if you'd like to customize the columns that you'd like to receive in the report, you can even do that, so that once you open up the report, you'd only be seeing the columns that you have chosen earlier. Okay. You had a question, sir? Okay, so you are asking about the areas that AD Audit Plus doesn't look into. Is that right? Okay. When I say escape the auditing, yes, there are chances in the sense when it comes to real-time auditing, no, there are no chances, because as soon as an event is logged, the application is going to capture the event and then it would display to you. So there are no chances of an event getting missed. If the event fetch interval, we even have options to define the event fetch intervals. So you say AD Audit Plus, go read information from the security logs once in every 2 hours. I don't want you to listen to the security logs real time and then fetch data immediately. You can wait for 2 hours, and then after 2 hours you go to the security logs, fetch information, and then display it to me. So during the 2 hours interval, if the security log is overwritten, just because the size of the security log is not right, in that case an event will be missed. So you might not be able to get the exact auditing event. So that is again, I might not say, I would say that it's not the drawback of the application. It is again just going to be an alteration or the modification about the security override period that you define as an administrator. So if the overwriting time interval is something relating to the event fetch interval, then no data would be missed. If not, you would find some data to be missing in the reports. Okay. Okay, it is just based on the number of devices that you're going to add to the application and the volume of the data that it generates. For example, let's talk about the bandwidth that this application uses in order to fetch data. Okay, it is irrespective, because this is not going to actually perform an LDAP query on all, because AD Manager Plus does this. AD Manager Plus uses LDAP queries. So it has to target, or it has to target everything and then retrieve the information. So we are not using an LDAP query here, which requires a query initiation and then a query acknowledgement and then response. So it has no such techniques. So it just listens and then reads information from the security logs, dumps it, and then process it. So it does something called as incremental retrieval. So instead of fetching out all the events, what it does is it already has an older version of the events that it has collected. So it just goes to the security logs, finds out any new changes, and then retrieves those changes in real time. Yep. Yes. Any questions for me? Okay, in that case, I'll just give you my card. So if you have any questions, you're most welcome to drop an email to me anytime. So I'll engage you with the concerned teams for a technical discussion if you want one. So thank you very much for your patient listening. So you have a 15 minutes break now. So you can just go ahead and have a cup of coffee, your snacks. Everything is available. Okay, it should be here in another 5 minutes. I'm sorry for that. So sure. Uh-huh. If it's going to be, uh-huh.
Going to perform this function. Now, if they are concurrently logging in to do those functions, does the AD side respond to that, or do they block one of them and then only allow access one at a time?
Okay. I would like to ask a question. So what are they trying to perform? Are they trying to perform or modify the same object, or it is going to be different actions? So let's say technician 1 creates a user or modifies a user. Technician 2 resets the password for another user. Is it going to be something like that, or is it going to be all 10 technicians try to modify a single user account at the same time? Then you wouldn't find any issues. So this application is designed in such a way that it handles concurrent logins and also concurrent modifications. So any query that is triggered by this application are going to be individual queries so that they don't overlap. Okay, so if it's user 1 performing an action, that's going to be a different query line. User 3 is going to perform some of the action, it's going to be targeted to a specific query line. So you wouldn't find overlaps between query lines, so you don't have to worry. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, so just to make sure that I've got your requirement right. So let's say you have modified the group membership of 10 users. And would you like to alert those 10 users about the modification? Is that okay? I'm afraid this application would be only notifying the administrators, but not the end users. Say for example, if you'd like, you have a report within AD Manager Plus which is recently modified groups, but that wouldn't give you what attribute was modified or recently modified users, I'm sorry. So recently modified users, that wouldn't give you what was modified, but it would tell you that these modifications were performed on these many users. So in order to get the exact information on what was modified, and at the same time, I'd like to repeat, the alerting would again be sent only to the administrators or to any recipient that you want, but not to those actual users. So if 10 users are modified, an administrator or any recipient for that matter would be getting an alert or an email stating that these 10 users were modified and this was the modification. But the recipients, an administrator has to find out or create a script for that. And maybe. Okay. Okay, so this is all about setting access control entries, and then because only when the access control entries are set right, you would find, and the policies are set right, you would find event logging to be happening, and then the event fetching will take place simultaneously. So the account that you configure should have sufficient privileges. It again boils down to the action that you'd like to, or the report that you'd like to derive from AD Audit Plus. So it is completely based on your requirement. If you'd like to get data from all the reports, which means access control entries have to be set on, and then SACLs have to be enabled. So which means a sufficient privileged account has to be configured for the application. Mm-hmm. You have yes, we can even help you with that too. So since this, as I said earlier, these are the basic requirements which I mentioned earlier. So you can just go ahead and specify an account which has those privileges that can read information out from the logs, from the security logs, and that should be more than enough in order to get the reports that you're looking for. You have a documentation, I think, okay. I might have to check with my team, and can I get back to you via email with the documentation if I have one, or I can even give you an alternate solution if they don't have a document, okay? So you're looking for the exact set of permissions that an account that you configure in for AD Audit Plus should contain. I'll get back to you with that. A domain admin, okay, I understand. Oh, yes.
In the AD manager,
Mm-hmm.
when you create account, yes, you can put in username, membership, and OU and so on. But we notice that membership is only one column. If you want to put in 2, 3, 4 members to a group, how do we put?
So just to make sure that I've got your question right. So if you'd like to add a user to 10 different groups, yes, will you be able to do that using AD Manager Plus? Is that your question? Yes, absolutely. So I might be able to show you. I have an installation on my laptop. I'll be able to show you that. So you have something called member of. Next to that, you have an edit button. So you just hit the edit button. You get a pop-up with 2 columns. So on the left-hand side, you have all the available columns in your domain, and on the right-hand side, you have the selected columns. All you need to do is just pick the columns, even if it is 50 groups, just pick those 50 groups, drag it to the other side, and then hit save, so that all the 50 groups will be set for the user. Okay, I think the snacks is ready. We can break for snacks, and then the next session will be taken care by Harish, and that should be in another 15 minutes from now. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Harish, and I'm well known as Harry. It was me who troubled you all this time to come up today. You've received the 10,000 calls, the 11,000 emails, that's from me. So, and first of all, thank you so much for hanging on so tight. I do realize that post-lunch sessions are the hardest because I've been there many times, and it's especially hard after a good lunch. So thank you so much. And I would be running through the AD360 tool, and I would make sure that I don't give you too much of data, because too much of anything is always not too good. So I would make sure I give you just about the right information, and I'll give you a lot of time for question and answers. Does that sound right? Cool. How many of you have tried AD360 in the first place? Wow, beautiful. Really? Okay. With AD360, there are a lot of benefits and advantage that comes your way. It is inbuilt with that it comes with AD Manager, AD Audit, AD Self-Service Plus, and Exchange Reporter Plus. And now we recently just added the Recovery Manager Plus as well. So you have all the 5 tools put together. Now my agenda is to furnish some details about AD360, make you realize what it is, and then I'll make you realize why you need AD360, and then what's the benefit of AD360, and there'll obviously be a signature touch of any product when you use it. That would be AD360 Touch, and then I would address your question and answers. The core idea of this presentation is to make you realize the 4 W's: what, why, where, and when. This is the 4 core functionality that anybody would want when they test a tool. and especially when Active Directory comes your way, we wanted to make sure that these 4 questions should be addressed. This is just, let's get to know the AD360. The AD360, as I mentioned, is a powerful tool, is a web-based tool, which encompasses all the 5 products put together. Just imagine you separately deploy AD Manager, you separately deploy AD Self-Service Plus, and you'll have to access it on a different tabs, on a different architecture. This tool gives everything straight from one portal. All you need to do is just install AD360, and it has the access identity management. It gives you the self-service capability. It gives you the auditing aspects. The auditing and the AD Manager has been run through by Vivin and Derek. So you have enough knowledge about that. So I would major be talking about the AD Self-Service Plus and the Exchange Reporter and the Recovery Manager Plus. All this put together is what AD360 is made up of. As I told you, this supports the IAM. It's got the identity management, the IT self-service, and then the access administration, the role-based management, the reporting, and the compliance and security, the reports that you need the most, and specifically on the day when you have the auditing. Nobody wants to look bad, right? Especially in front of your auditors. So that's where all the reports come in handy. And this is the power of AD360. You have AD Manager, AD Audit, AD Self-Service Plus, Exchange Reporter Plus, and Recovery Manager Plus. The plus, when we actually invented that word, we were thinking what was the advantage that you get. And as and when the word just sat in, we started adding more features. First, the management, the creation. Then we wanted to report on what was created. And then we wanted to report on what was changed. And then we brought in a whole bunch of features just to make sure your entire Active Directory is right in your foresight. It gives you the much needed the edge to go ahead and conquer your Active Directory. Now I would be dealing with the AD Self-Service Plus component, which is an end user password reset, change password, unlock, and self-update tool. Using this, the end users can actually go ahead and perform their reset operation, which indirectly means that they don't have to call any technician. They don't have to wait. They can do it all by themselves. This is, so to address what is AD Self-Service Plus, it's a web-based tool using which the end users could do the 4 mentioned operations. This is the core functionality, but the tool is loaded with lots of other features as well. And the best part of this piece of software is it comes with the mobile application. You have apps for your Android and for the iPhones. So you can reset and unlock on the go, literally on the go. You can make sure that you publish the URL to the internet. You can host it up right there, and people can reset and unlock on the go anywhere across the globe. And why do we need AD Self-Service Plus? What is the actual need? How many of us have received at least, let me be honest here, at least 10 calls a day to do a reset and unlock for somebody else? Okay? Just because I have experience talking to people who have had at least 50 calls a day to do a reset and unlock, which is a painful task. And survey states that 50 to 60% of call volumes to the administrators or the help desk technicians basically fall for reset and unlock. And 50 to 60% of your time goes for this. Where on earth will you have time for other important activities? You're the administrator. We're not the HR, wherein we can just delegate tasks to somebody else. We are the administrators. We need powerful tools to combat all our day-to-day activity. So that's where we invented AD Self-Service Plus. And the last point is what actually makes up this tool. So when you run a 24/7 shift, if 50% of your call volume is happening for reset and unlock, that means there's no holidays at all. So they might call you on Sunday, because some part of the world is working on Sunday too. So that means you will have to work 24/7. You will have to have people round the clock just to answer the phone calls, to do a reset and unlock. So that is where we went into the talk room, and that's when we charted out the AD Self-Service Plus. Let's keep it your Active Directory the Self-Service Plus way. So the meaning of doing a reset and unlock does have an architecture behind. You first give the rights to the end user who gets the access to use the tool. First, what they do is they log into the tool and they enroll themselves. And the administrator can define how the tool must work. You've got 3 challenge mechanisms. Security question and answers, wherein the administrator can define certain questions or give the end users the ability to write their own question and answers or make few questions mandatory. So that's mechanism 1. The mechanism 2 is verification code sent to their email and mobile, saying that an 8-digit code, internal code, would be sent to their email or SMS, and they'll have to reproduce it at the time of challenging. And the third mechanism is Google Authenticator. So with these 3 challenge mechanisms, we offer options right here. You can say either 1, hey, I just want any one of the 3, or you can say 2, or you can say all the 3. The AD Self-Service Plus pushes you to the limit, and it spoils you a bit as well, because it gives you a lot of options. You can customize the tool completely, you can rebrand it, you can make it completely user-friendly. If anybody says that they're technically naive, they don't understand what you want them to do, in that case, you can give them clear-cut examples saying that, hey, I want the password to be with 1 caps, 2 numerals. All the examples can be clear. You can write it down. You can customize it to the core, to how you exactly want the end users to see. And once they enroll, that's about it. All they need to do is just log on to the tool, click on the reset button, and re-authenticate themselves. It's with the challenging mechanisms they have. So so first, when you deploy AD Self-Service Plus, it's lightning quick. It will just ask you for the folder creation and the port number, and from there, you'll be stunned by the domain discovery, which happens automatically. We bind ourselves to the ADSI edit, and we source information. And with the credential alone, you would be able to do any activity. If not, nothing will happen. And a question might rise right here. In case if we are able to unfurl Active Directory, what about the security feature? Can anybody do anything? You have 2 mechanisms right here. You either give me a service account with the respective rights, such as the reset, unlock, change, and write functionality on the domain. In case if you feel that is too very, you've got all the rights there, I don't want a service account to have all these permissions. And give me an account which has the necessary permissions, and that's sufficient to do that specific activity alone. Or if that user has the permission in Active Directory, you can make sure that their credential is validated. So it's either a powerful account or the end user account. The best recommended method that we would give it out is a service account with just the enough permissions so that nobody can mess around. So however, when the user rolls back to Active Directory, he's just a domain user. No permission change, nothing at all. It's just the powerful credentials. Validation is being impersonated by the end user. So, and then you have the contemporary customization. You can put in your logo. You can completely customize the tool. You can write your text. You don't want certain text, you can wipe it off. And the core functionality, you can give the end users their own ability to write certain attributes. Any valid Active Directory attributes in your domain. In case you're going to extend your schema, yep. If that is valid and your domain, you have the right OCI number, you could go ahead and give them the rights and they would be able to write it. In case you don't want them to write at all, you can make sure you can hide that. So that is the core functionality about AD Self-Service Plus. Now, we move into the salient features. All right, the core feature sounds interesting. What are the other features that we get to use when we have AD Self-Service Plus? The password expiry notifier. That looks simple, but trust me, it's got a lot of powerful lines coded inside. It works on time, it works on days, it works on the password last set, the countdown timing. Those two attributes are being powerfully queried, and an email has to be triggered. That is really painful when this activity is being delegated to somebody. So that's where we have this tool which is already written, and using this, the emails would be shot to the respective users. You can customize that as well. You can send in links in case you want to rebrand the entire text used right there. That is also very much possible. So using that, you can send out, you can push emails, you can again send it on predefined days, or you can say 7 days prior to expiry, or you can say that I want to send it daily, which is very unlikely. So you could just go ahead and use it on specific days, such as the 14th day, such as the 7th day, and the 1st day prior to expiry. That is the password expiry notification. And then you have the employee search, where you can, the end users, the domain users, could search for the other employee users. Because I could be on the admin side, but there could be some person in the finance where I need to seek help, and I don't know that person. Using this tool, I can define what the search criteria must be and what the showing up result must be as well. No telephone numbers, it's just the email and the department. You can use the employee search. And then the password synchronizer. We support close to about 10 applications right now, the Google Apps, the Office 360, 365, and then you have the Oracle e-business suite. You have about close to 10 platforms that we support. And in case if the same user residing in Active Directory resides in those platforms, you could synchronize with AD Self-Service Plus, and they could do a password reset right there. And right now we have a feature that is real-time password sync, using which you'll have to deploy that on the primary DC. And once that is done, right from the native Active Directory or from the Gina, which I would be talking right next, momentarily, in just about 5 to 6 seconds, the password would be synchronized to the other platform. Excuse me. And now we would be going into the Gina Mac. What happens if I have a meeting right now and I messed up my password? My account got locked out. I'm not able to go inside the machine. What happens? And this is a Sunday. I'm on a summit meeting. I cannot call anybody. It's a Sunday. And you have important delegates right staring at you. What do? I have nobody to call. I have forgotten my password. I mean, I've messed up my password, but I remember right now. What do? Or I want to challenge myself. That is where the Gina Mac comes into the play. You get the reset unlock link right from the Control-Alt-Delete screen. Right from the Control-Alt-Delete screen. Do you guys see this? This will open up a web browser. It will connect to the server and the port number right from the Control-Alt-Delete screen. I can challenge myself straight right there from the challenging mechanism that the administrator has prescribed for me. Security question and answers, verification code, or Google Authenticator. So right from this page, when I do a reset or unlock, boom, I get access to my machine in a few seconds. How cool is that? This is supported for both Windows and for Mac machines, right from the Control-Alt-Delete screen. So we've made all the lessons to make sure that the call volumes to the administrator is completely reduced. I'm not saying it's completely zero, it's reduced. Yes, please. Yep. Yes. You can host the product on the web. I mean, you can just make a quick entry on the DNS. You can publish it online, and people can use it on the go. It's just a small tweaking on the DNS and the IIS to make sure that those ports and the URL can be spoken anywhere across the globe. It's just bringing to the internet. And you can push it up right there, and people can use it on the go, literally on the go. Yes, yes. And then the completely customizable is, again, I'm just going to be repetitive in this one because it is worth mentioning it again and again. You can rebrand it to match your needs. So that is about the AD Self-Service Plus. What I would do is, let me finish the other tools. You could just note down your questions, and then I could take all your questions in the last. Would that sound fine, or you want me to go through the questions first and then move into the Exchange Reporter? Option A, option B? B, lovely. Cool, and now we would be moving into the Exchange Reporter Plus. Now, just like how AD Audit Plus covers your entire Active Directory, what happens to your Exchange? What happens to your in-house Exchange environment? Who studies that? Who takes care of that? What happens to the server size? What happens to your mailbox size? What happens to the traffic between the servers? Who is accessing the mail client? There are n number of questions that comes across your way when you have an Exchange environment in your domain. Who's going to address that? And that is where the Exchange Reporter Plus will help you to the core. It will give you precise details, and it will make sure that you need what you need the most in your Exchange environment. Just like how AD Audit Plus gives you pristine information on your DCs, this will give you pristine information on your Exchange environment. This is for the in-house 3, 7, 10, 13, and recently we have launched reports for O365. But again, this is a complete reporting tool, absolutely zero management. You can alert, you can audit, you can just study. This tool would give you all the information that you need pertaining your Exchange environment. So let's get to know what Exchange Reporter Plus is. What is Exchange Reporter? It is a web-based solution which covers your entire Exchange infrastructure. It has close to about 140 plus reports. Yes, you heard me right, it's 140 reports, each handpicked to make sure it matches your requirement. And one core highlight is how would it be on a platter if I give you all complex data, full of compound data? It's like all integrations, permutations, combinations. It'll completely take you bizarre. It'll make sure that it's completely not presentable. Will the top level management give you will they appreciate your data if you give it on a compound basis? All integration, permutation, this is how it works. It needs to be simple, and this tool is matched to your expectations. It gives you reports, graphs, it makes sure it does all the calculation, and it goes ahead and gives you in charts and graphs so that you can present it straight away on a Monday morning meeting. And why do we need Exchange Reporter Plus? We need an efficient Exchange study tool to access Exchange framework. That is a key point. Till that, I've personally spoken to a few Exchange experts who have said that it does look fancy, but I definitely need a tool which will cover the Exchange. As when I topped out for an AD 360 meeting, this is what he told me. That just like for an audit, you have AD Audit Plus. He didn't know that we had Exchange Reporter, and that's when we had to deploy Exchange Reporter Plus, and he was seriously happy. So that's the reason you need an efficient Exchange study tool. And then we do a complete mailbox cycle. We just don't stop with the mailbox. We just don't say this is the size of the mail, your mailbox, so this is how it happens. How many of us know our mailbox size? I mean, the administrators would definitely know. How many of the end users take into considerations? High-level attachments, everything comes into play. They just receive and send emails like this. When you delegate permissions, you definitely the size, and when the size grows, you'll have to increase the data store, and then you'll have to increase the server. That is going to involve a huge amount of cost. So that is where we do a complete mailbox cycle analysis. Then the OWA login reports, the Outlook web access. Let me be clear, Outlook web access. Anybody who access their mail client using a web browser, you can track them by IP anywhere. Anywhere. You can make it completely secure. We give you data. We give you data real time. Anywhere across the globe, mail client using a web browser, you have reports right there. And then you have the traffic logs. Why do you need a traffic log? That is to study the interaction between servers. You as an administrator could find out why are these two servers being talked the most. What happens to the other 3 servers? Are they alive? Why aren't anything routed through that? You can get information on the traffic logs. The mail sent, the received, everything can be go ahead and you could study that on the traffic logs. And then the audit reports. You can set alerts. You can create your own report and you can set alerts on that. Let's say you're the admin. You have high-profile people in your organization, such as the CEOs, the CIOs, the CFOs, and you definitely want to know. You want to keep them secure. You want to make sure that nobody logs into their account. They're all high-profile people. And what happens if somebody logs into their account? Can we get an alert? Do we get to know who's logged in? In case if somebody does that, do I get an email? You can set all this. Non-owner mailbox. You could go ahead and specifically say that if user named Harry, that's my filter. If user named Harry goes ahead into any of these mailbox, shoot me an alert. Or I can specifically say if a bunch of users, in case if they've gone ahead into CIO's email box, give me an alert. So I can set the audit reports and I can watch over the changes and the permissions that's happening. So I get instant alerting. And then the instant alerting is the email that can be triggered, and so you could take back those actions instantaneously. When somebody's just giving you a call, you're already working on it. So there's a lot of difference. Receiving the message or working on the message when somebody is calling you. That is where the Exchange Reporter Plus gives you the alerting tool. And then what is the advantage of Exchange Reporter Plus? What does it offer? This is where we sit, we analyze data, nook and corner of your exchange. Literally, nook and corner. Nobody is spared, no mailbox is spared. Traffic logs, server logs, everything. We sit, we feed on data, we write it down, and we bring it to knowledgeable, applicable results. You could go ahead and you can just straight away call those technicians and say that, hey, this is what is happening. We need to take a look at this server. And why is this mailbox alone beefing up on size? And why you can specifically narrow down emails sent by attachment, size of the attachment. And then the granular search for the data filter, you can apply data filter, and then scheduling and reports can be, just like the AD audit, the AD manager, you can download it in prescribable formats. You have the CSVs, the PDF, however you want, you could go ahead and download, and then compound data broken into knowledgeable results, the graphs and the charts, just as I mentioned. And then you have the O365 reports that was recently launched. We support up to 4 reports right now, the inactive mailbox, and then a few other reports. Just now we've launched this feature, O365, and then the effective license management. Because the Exchange Reporter Plus is licensed based on the number of mailbox. So you don't want to waste money on certain mailbox, saying that, hey, these have to stay, but I don't want to study it. In that case, you can go ahead and restrict. I mean, you can make sure that the tool does not talk to those mailbox. And that pushes me to the last tool of AD360, which is Recovery Manager Plus. Don't worry, I will not be taking more time in this because Derek had made sure that he addressed quite at least a decent level of the Recovery Manager Plus. So I would just be brushing through the features that this tool has to offer. So Recovery Manager Plus just does not recover. It does not give you the data. It allows you to restore as well. So in this case, of course, just as Derek told you, the tombstone period, the recycle, you'll have to enable the recycle bin, and then the old school method of the NTDS util, yes, that is all very much available. But can anybody assure me that my Active Directory can stay secure, right? Just the way I installed on the day 1 to the last date, I mean, technically till date, can it be secure? It's been played, you delegate few tasks, you give permissions, so it is never secure. So in that case, backup is mandatory. So what Recovery Manager Plus does is it gives you a complete backup. You can specifically say, I want to back this up at this specific interval. You can do it either granular or you could do it on an OU level. So that is what it supports for organizational unit and attribute level backup. And again, it's a web-based tool. All the tools that I spoke about right now are all web-based. So you don't have to install it separately, just one particular machine to make sure it's hassle-free, and you can just access it using a web browser. And why do you need Recovery Manager? Just as I told you before, to have it error-free is difficult, and in case you do it, I would literally salute you, because that is a daunting task. You delegate and you give permissions, and monitoring them is not real easy. And then it reduces any business downtime. If somebody calls you up on a Monday morning, says that the users all are wiped out, what do we do? And that is where you start rebuilding. With Recovery Manager Plus, you have the backup, the latest backup, and you can restore it in no time. And in case if you're talking about the attribute level changes, we don't go in a full cycle, we just update the most recently changed attribute. That is what we talk about. We don't take too much of your bandwidth, because that is what was the major concern. We just talk to that specific attribute, so we have coded it in such a way. And the benefits of Recovery Manager Plus is it's a web-based tool, and you have multiple domain backups, and then you have the automatic backups as well. You can set the frequency, the date, and the time, and it will roll it up for you. And then you have bulk user restore, and of course when you have something bulk, you have an individual specific standpoint of view where you can go ahead and just restore that particular user. And then you have life-saving rollbacks, and then you have granular restore options. This is the benefit that Recovery Manager Plus has to offer. And now to finalize, we have the AD360 Touch. As we promised, it gives you it gives you a complete 360 view on your Active Directory. So overall, just a complete 360. Imagine a user being created in Active Directory, the reporting, knowing what he's doing, what's his permissions, and then giving him the end-using ability to reset and unlock himself, and then to see his Exchange environment as well. And then a complete cycle where you can, in case if he's deleted, you can restore him back. So a complete 360 view is what AD360 offers. And then it gives you the flexibility of component usage. You can say that you have AD Manager, you have AD Self-Service Plus, you don't want Exchange and AD Audit. So in that minute, you can just use those two tools. You can put the other two tools to, for rest for the time being, and use it whenever you need it. Because the best part of AD360 is once you start using one specific tool, it will bind you to the other one. It's so well connected within each other, and you can use what you want for the time being, and then it was very, very easy for you to upgrade. So you don't have to install the tool separately, and you'll have to go ahead building up that specific tool. And then you have, of course, pay. You just pay only for what you use. So whatever you need, you could pay only for that. Question time. I'm done with my presentation. So any questions you have pertaining AD360, AD Self-Service Plus, Exchange Reporter Plus, and Recovery Manager Plus? This is the time. Go ahead. Easy? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yep. And then this is the last slide, wherein we idea, plan, work, and success. The idea is, all yours. We plan and we work to make sure you guys get the success, because that's the quality assurance that ADSolutions has to offer. We make sure we make sure that tools help you every single day. And that's the power of ManageEngine, not me literally, it's ManageEngine. So thank you so much for your time, and I would encourage you all to please download the tool, play with it, and at any point of time, we're just a call away always. You've got the numbers in every support tab of our tool. You could go ahead and reach out to us. You could chat to us. We work 24/5. So irrespective of wherever you're there in the globe, we are always there for you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being such a patient and very exciting and eager audience. I think you would have got so much information the whole day. And in case you need more information about the products or any help in managing your Active Directory and Exchange environments, you can always contact our support team. We're there to help you out. Okay? And thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.